Everything looks correct. I'm now on the PlayStation. Because hooray, PlayStation. Fucking that sword is looking at me, taunting me. Alright, what nightmare fuel awaits me? Alright, here goes. True. Sometimes I have these dreams. Sometimes I have them on the night after I get a bad test grade, or when I have a fight with a friend. Anytime I'm not feeling well when I sleep, I have these dreams. And I only remember the dreams when I'm asleep. When I wake up, I don't remember anything about them. The dreams are strange that way. That's not a good color. In the dreams, I'm a murderer. The first people I killed were the parents of my childhood friend. Oh. I may have pieced together who this is. Got it. Cooking, dude. I killed them because he wanted me to do it. In his heart, he was happy, so I was too. But the murders didn't stop there. I kept killing people in secret after that. Why, you ask? Because I needed to continue the game that the boy longed for in his heart. I'd leave hints and small contradictions at the murder scene, so that he could slowly track down who I was. The boy loved the game, and when I saw how happy it made me happy too. In the dreams, there was a man helping me with the murders. It was the doctor who ran the dorm where he stayed. I didn't like the doctor. Yeah, just started. This is it. He wasn't normal. Every time he appeared in my dreams, he'd suggest a cruel, horrible way of killing someone. Yeah. He would laugh and smile and always say the same thing. Your boy wouldn't enjoy anything less. Oh, I hate this guy. I hate him so much. Very well then. If that's what it would take for the boy to enjoy it, then that's what I would have to do. The man and I killed many people in the dreams, in the worst ways imaginable. In my dreams, I was psychic, and I knew exactly what the man was trying to do to the boy. He was planning something awful. But I knew the boy wouldn't lose to the man. The boy I loved was very, very strong. Oh yeah? I mean, I can take a moment. It's literally just started, so we're basically in the preface. Do you have thoughts? Yeah, the last one with Senri was fascinating. Yeah, those were great. The first one, like, really blew my mind. I was just like, that's bananas. Yeah, the last one with Senri was that one kind of just full on. Like, I think as far as narrative goes, I think that one might be my favorite. Yeah, that one was really long. I think that one and Arimura's ending were super long. Like, both of them were like, those were like 7-hour streams. Very much. But yeah, I think Kurusu's ending and Kazuki's ending were definitely my favorite so far. Yeah, Uki's ending was interesting. I really do hope there is some justification for it like branching like that, because otherwise it just seems weird. Like, why is hers the only one that has like two different endings to the ending? It's interesting because they both have like a screen. When you go to the ending screen, they both have like a little. She has two. Everybody else only has one. It's weird. There's got to be a reason. Yeah. Fair enough. And then, of course, we can all agree that Kazuki is just the best in general. Yeah. Kazuki is just the best everything. That being said, I'm definitely fascinated on where this one's going, as far because this is like just what is up with Serica? Like her motivation seems so simple, and yet I cannot comprehend this chick. And so I can't wait to get to the bottom of this. Yeah. All right. He was my hero. Oh, come to think of it, there was another man in my dreams sometimes. It was a man I knew well. Normally, he was a lazy, easygoing man, the kind you could never imagine doing something wrong. Yeah. The committee is willing to let this play out, provided you don't interfere with us. We're interested to see what happens to him. So I think she's referring to Wakui, the advisor and also crazy man. He was a part of some organization called the Committee, the kind of thing you'd see on a TV show about urban legends. He said he was watching me and the boy at all times. Even for a dream, that seemed like a little too much, I said, and almost laughed. By the way, how are you getting along with your everyday life? You wouldn't want to slip up and have someone find out who you are, right? That's very true. After he told me that, I realized something. In the dreams, for some reason, I didn't have a home. He found me the home of a girl who had lived by herself. I killed her, and I had my place to live. And each time he appeared in my dream, he would tell me about the strangest things. D-swords, gigolomaniacs, the truth about the new generation madness, the murders that had occurred in Shibuya before the earthquake, the artificial gigolomaniac generator device. Yeah, we jumped right in. It's just Serica's, like, I don't know if she thinks this whole thing is a dream, or fuck, maybe it is all a dream. Maybe this whole world is just her dream. I don't know at this point. But she's talking about everything that's happening as if it's like her dream. It's weird. And Chaos Child Syndrome and the sumo stickers. The other me, who was watching the me in the dreams, would always look down in confusion. What the fuck do you mean, the other me? What? Watching the me in the dreams would always look down in confusion. Why was I having these dreams? Sure, whenever there was a program on TV about urban legends, I'd watch it. But it was just a small hobby of mine. It wasn't something that should be showing up in my dreams. One day, he was scolding me like I was at school. Sending him into the hospital basement was going a little too far, you know. Now I had to move all the things that we were keeping down there. I don't like trouble, you know. Oh, he is the one who moved. I guess that makes sense. Committee. He's the one who got rid of all the equipment. It was some kind of lab filled with all kinds of machines. I was surprised to find something like this in the basement of a place I knew so well. Oh no, that's not right. This was a dream. Impossible things happened all the time in dreams. Sorry, as a middle manager type, I have to tell you these things. Anyway, just keep him on a tighter leash, alright? If you do, I won't do anything. You just need to be a little more careful, okay? These strange dreams kept happening, but when I woke up, I didn't remember anything. Just when I was thinking of going to a doctor about all this, I had that dream. It was the most realistic dream I'd ever had. November 4th. It was so realistic, I even knew the date. Yeah. Yeah, he's like she's in charge of him from that guy's perspective. So, okay. I'm like, my brain is going a mile a minute right now. I just need to keep going until to get some more information. I was in a panic. She had found my secret.
あなたよね。南沢千里を使っていたのは。お前に言われたくないよ、クルスノノ。
I'd screwed up and let her find out who I was. How could I have known she'd find me because of the cell phone strap he'd given me as a present? I quickly ripped off the strap and threw it away. It made me sad, but I didn't have a choice. I hadn't intended to kill her. Her death would be too much of a shock for him. He might quit playing my game. I'd have to kill her without him finding out, and then come up with something. I drew my D-sword and tried to kill her. And then I saw something in my dream. He and she might have a future like this. So, okay. Were all those different endings different dreams? Like, because every single ending ended with her, like, the credits roll, and then she would say, "Did you have fun?" So I think these are all, like, different dreams. And in each one, she's trying a different way of making him, like, of concluding the game. What the fuck? I was distracted and missed her vitals. I swung the sword again. I don't think it's the future. I think it's literally like an alternate, it's just an alternate version of events that already happened. And then, but like she did them all. I don't understand what's going on. I swung the sword again. I need to just like keep going until we get more information. I need to stop speculating. But then it was him. He knew now. I couldn't talk my way out of this. No, 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 no. Run. That was what she said just before she collapsed. Of course, she was talking to him. But I was the one who ran instead. I think that's where it all started. Where the me and the dream started to go wrong. And then the dream ended. He was holding his D-sword high and looking down at me. And I was begging him not to do something. Okay, so this is the version. Is this a continuation of the first ending where he like used his power to basically make her normal, as opposed to this, like, girl obsessed. And then the dream thing is basically her having these memories of these things that actually happened, but she sees them as dreams because she's not supposed to know that she actually did these things. That's where I'm at right now. That may or may not be the case. Yeah, this is definitely from the first ending. So, like, this is right before he changes her essence into that of a normal person. But yeah, there's still, like, the thing with the alternate, because the first ending and the Senri ending, Crusoe ending, whatever you want to call it, they can't have happened at the same time. Those two do not coincide. So, yeah, that's, yeah, I'm very confused. Gonna have to keep going. The that lady ending. For the first time in my life, I cried for real.
ダメだ。お前は普通の女の子になるんだ。それじゃあ
Maybe, yeah.
さよなら。
Until the last second, I was gazing at the face of the boy I loved. I would never forget it. February 11th, 2016, Thursday. I woke up feeling something on my cheek. I put my hand up to it and felt tears. What dream was I having that made me so sad? Or were they tears of joy? I wasn't even sure. But whenever I had the dream, I would cry. It made my eyes all puffy and red.
こういう体質なのかな?
Or maybe I needed to have a doctor look at me after all. But I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't even remember what the dreams were about. Very interesting. I stretched out on the bed to try and feel better. The light coming through the curtains was bright. The weather outside seemed to be very good. Today was February 11th. It was National Foundation Day, and the school was closed. But I was supposed to go out and meet a friend, so I had to get up and get ready first. Fast.
葵? はい、もしもし。
セリカ、今どこ？
うち。
は？
え？
まだ出てないの？
I moved the phone away from my ear and checked the time. It was 10 minutes before we were supposed to meet. The shopping mall where we were supposed to meet was a 20-minute walk away. I realized that I didn't remember setting my alarm the night before. And I didn't have a bike.
ごめん、すぐ出る。
It is so weird to go from that to this just casual little... and the fucking music.
はい、いいよいいよ。ちょうどよかった。ねえ、 語でもいい？
別にいいけど、いつものとこ行くんじゃないの？
彩香がいきなり暇だって。で、渋谷行きたいんだって。
え？
My heart pounded loudly.
なんかまずい？
大丈夫。オッケー。
I talked fast to cover up my panic. I told her I'd be there as soon as I could and hung up. I wasn't supposed to go to Shibuya. That's what they'd told me. They didn't tell me why, but it had something to do with that traffic accident I was in 3 months ago. Well, even without the accident, I didn't feel like going to Shibuya that much. Yokohama had a lot of places that were just as fancy and fashionable, and going all the way to a crowded town like that on my day off was just exhausting. I have no idea how to feel right now. Same. I didn't like big crowds anyway. When I saw a lot of people at once, my head would start to ache and I'd feel something strange in my chest. Was that just another thing my body did?
まあ、いいか。
My friends had been nice enough to invite me, and it was my guardian's fault for not telling me why I shouldn't go to Shibuya anyway. I lived in Shibuya, so if I saw them there, I'd tell them that. I leapt out of bed and began to get ready. Contents of my stomach flowed down the drain and disappeared. When you felt like you had to vomit, throwing up was the best way to feel better. The crepes I'd just eaten were gone now.
大丈夫？
Aoi was rubbing my back. That's a good question. Also, what kind of guardian are they if they're not guardianing? Like, they literally live in a town she's not supposed to go to? How are they a guardian then? That doesn't make any sense. I raised my hand to show I was fine.
なけなしの1800円が。
I'd seen a group of college kids having fun, and suddenly I felt like I needed to vomit.
これってセリカの頭の病気と関係あるの？わかんない。
3 months ago, on November 6th in Shibuya, it was the day of the Shibuya Restoration Festival. Supposedly, I'd been hit by a car full of people who'd come to see the festival. I say supposedly because I couldn't really remember it. All I remember was a very bright light. Headlights, maybe. The next thing I knew, I'd woken up in a hospital bed. There were wounds all over my body, particularly my stomach, and I was wrapped up in bandages like a mummy. But what was worse was that was the effect it had on my memories. I remembered my name, I remembered how old I was. I remembered my favorite TV shows. I remembered the day of the Shibuya earthquake. I remembered the faces of idols I liked and how to use flick input on a smartphone. But what school I went to, where I lived, who my parents were, all of that was gone. I tried to remember, but I couldn't. Instead, sometimes I'd see images in my mind, like clips from a film. Sometimes it was a collapsed town or rows of TV screens or a puddle of blood, but none of them seemed real, and I couldn't imagine why I was seeing them anyway. The doctors told me that maybe I used to like watching movies, and that's where the images came from. Maybe they were right? I didn't know.
大丈夫？はい、これ。
Ayaka had run to get me a bottle of tea.
Thank you.
I took it gratefully, rinsed out my mouth, and spit out into the drain again.
畜生め。あんたさ。何？具合が悪いのはしょうがないにしても、もうちょっと女の子らしくしなって、もったいない。
What's that even mean? Huh? What were they talking about? I felt like someone had told me the same thing before. When I thought about that, the urge to vomit faded away. I think that might be why she was told not to go to Shibuya, because that's where all the things happened and someone might recognize her. But I have no idea. I have no idea. Or maybe it's just because of the memories. I felt just fine after that.
単に3つも食べたからじゃない？
やっぱりそうかな。
Sometimes something would happen and I'd feel who I used to be before the accident. Like when I'd seen that crepe stand a bit ago. I'd suddenly felt a strong craving for crepes. And ended up eating way too many. I hadn't realized I liked sweets that much. Or maybe I just liked crepes? Maybe I'd eaten them on a date with a boy I liked? My face went red. No way. Probably. I wasn't interested in that stuff. And if I had a boyfriend, he would have come to see me when I was in the hospital, probably.
じゃあ、映画でも見る？セリカ、お金は
？Two of my precious 1,000 yen bills had just disappeared down the drain along with the crepes. But I didn't have any parents to beg for cash.
生活費の振り込みって15日だからな。
This must have been what a grown-up felt like the day before payday. What should I do? And then I saw something strange. That's never good.
何？
Aoi saw what I was looking at and frowned.
セリカは見たことないの？
I nodded. Maybe the old me had seen one, but I couldn't remember.
聞いたことくらいはあるでしょ。カオスチャイルド症候群。
あれが？
There were these strange-looking people walking around. No, it wasn't that they looked strange. The clothes they were wearing didn't match their appearance. There was a weird, unbalanced feeling to them. I couldn't stop staring. But the people around them were obviously used to them, so they didn't seem to mind.
確か地震でひどい目に遭った若い人たちがあの病気になっちゃったんだよね。
Aoi nodded.
なんで誰も気にしないのかな。
気にはしてるんだよ。けどあの人たちが悪いわけじゃないもん。そういう病気らしいから。それに。
Aoi looked up at the big TV screen at the side of the building. She was looking below the TV at the marquee used for news and messages. There was a message there. Chaos Child Syndrome is a treatable illness. It is not dangerous and it is not communicable. Harassment of patients is a violation of their human rights and is forbidden by law. Let us strive for an equal society free of discrimination. Okay. I'd never seen anything like that before. Of course, I knew about the syndrome.
渋谷だけだよ。こんな風になってるのは。
Aoi nodded when she saw I was still staring at the announcement.
なんか変だもんこの街。いろいろ噂されてるし。
あるある、聞いたこと。症候群の人たちが時々行方不明になるんでしょ。なんか実験されてるとか。
実験ってあんたは漫画の読みすぎ。
I truly have no idea where this is going. Like, I am at the whim of this story right now. I have no thoughts of my own. I'm
とにかく
just...
セリカは聞いたことない？そういうの。知らないよ。そっか。セリカネットニュースとか見ないもんね。
She was right. I was never really interested, and I didn't even have internet at home. According to Ayaka, everyone else had internet these days, but maybe that was just how it worked. I used all my my theory points in the last ending.
ねえ、お金ないならさ、ちょっと覗きに行かない？
Ayaka flashed a mischievous grin.
何を？症候群の人たちが入っている施設。私場所知ってるんだ。
いいよ。映画見よ。
There's no way this goes
私
well.
出すからさ。
That's true. I feel like that's a quality that a lot of science adventure games have. They really do flip-flop a lot, and they do it in a way that like you feel like you're going insane, but that's the point, right? They're really great at that. The three of us talked for a while, and Ayaka won out. I didn't like the idea of having a friend pay for me. And for some reason, I wanted to go there.
ちょっとだけだからね。怒られたりするの嫌だし。で、なんてとこ？どこにあんの？
こっからすぐだよ。碧峰学園は。
What was? Yeah. It was a few minutes walk from the station. It sure didn't look like a place for sick people. It just looked just like a normal school. There was a plate on the entrance that read Hekiho Academy. I could see the patients coming in and out of the building. So it's like a hospital ward now? What the fuck is going on? The school is like a outpatient place? What the Some were laughing and joking around while others were alone and playing with their smartphones. They really did look like normal students. So that explained it. They were all wearing the school's uniform. Okay, so they're... I'm so lost. But why? That uniform didn't fit their appearances at all. It actually made them stand out more.
本人たちは高校に通っているつもりなんだって。
What?
気がついていないんだよ。ここがどういうところなのか。なんでそんな。
That didn't make sense. How could they not know? They had to know what people were saying about them if they looked on TV.
何が見えてるんだろうね。
Just as I went to take a look inside, I felt a sharp pain in my head and collapsed. I felt my mind starting to fade away, and then everything went black.
だから明日は休むよ。今日はごめんね。お大事にします。ありがとう。じゃあね。
I ended the call with Aoi and fell into the bed. I'd only passed out for a few minutes. I woke up and the two of them walked me home. My head still hurt. Mine also. Like, it was a strange pain. How to describe it? It wasn't a real headache. It was like the center of my head felt heavy. What happened to me that afternoon? I suddenly saw a vision of something in my mind. It had appeared before, but this time it was different, more powerful. Like I'd gone inside the vision. I could even smell it.
これってやっぱり。
Did it have something to do with before I'd lost my memories? Did I know Hekiho Academy? That facility in Shibuya? I took out my phone and looked at my address book. There were 22 names on the list. The only one on the list who wasn't a friend was my guardian. I started to call them and stopped. Who is the guardian? Just say it, goddammit. They told me not to go to Shibuya. I couldn't explain what had happened today. Maybe I should just tell her about the vision I'd seen?
あの人は何か知ってるのかな?
Okay, the guardian is a lady. When I'd woken up in the hospital after the accident, I didn't have anything to identify myself. No matter what the doctors asked me, I couldn't answer. And then she came. She said she was a distant relative of mine and that she would be my guardian. She was the one who told me about the accident. Like, I'm running through my mind thinking of, like, who could it be? Like, the only one that's really coming to mind is Kunosato, but that doesn't make any sense because she's an asshole. There's no way she would do that. Well, I got nothing. I was an only child, she said. I lived in a prefecture far away from Tokyo. In the fall of my second year in high school, my parents had both died in an accident. I was all alone. And then this person, my distant relative, had taken me in. Oh yeah, Momose, I could see that, yeah. For financial reasons, I wasn't able to go to the private school I'd been attending before, and instead I transferred to a cheaper school run by a man she knew. But the day before I was supposed to start, I'd gone to the Restoration Festival. I'd gone to Shibuya for the first time in my life, and been shocked at the number of people there. I'd been so flustered that I was swallowed up by the crowd and pushed out onto the street. Oh my god! That would be the greatest twist of all time. And then a car had come by. And then I'd woken up in a hospital bed. My stomach was badly hurt, and I'd forgotten everything. The day I'd left the hospital, I asked her a question. Can I go back to my old house? I meant the house where I'd lived with my parents. If I went back there, I might remember something. But she told me I couldn't. Someone else owned it now, she said. She said they'd tell me the reason when I was older, and she hasn't told me yet. She worked in Shibuya and wasn't able to leave, so I lived here alone in this apartment in Yokohama. Okay, so yeah, it might be Momose. She works in Shibuya, can't leave. That makes sense, kind of. First time I'd fallen asleep in this room after leaving the hospital, I'd woken up in tears, and then I'd made a decision. I didn't have time for crying. I needed to live the best life I could, for my parents' sake as well as mine. Was I ready? Was I okay? I was okay. Okay! And then I threw away the past. Or so I thought. But that facility called Hekio Academy, and all those Chaos Child Syndrome patients, seemed like they were going to make me remember. Stay away from Shibuya, alright? Okay, so yeah. It is. She told me that so many times. Maybe it was because she didn't want me seeing Hekio Academy and the people who went there?
Wow.
It was like there was something I wasn't supposed to remember. No way. This wasn't a thriller or something. Chaos Child Syndrome. A specific condition that appeared in certain victims of the Shibuya earthquake. So up to this point, every time they mentioned Chaos Child Syndrome, they referred to it as like a very specific form of like PTSD, but now it seems like it's something else entirely. Thought to be a psychogenetic mental disorder, it seems to be a form of schizotypical disorder, a condition where the patient does not recognize that they have a disorder. The originator of the name is unknown. It's said to have come from both a psychologist and from one of the patients. The name appears to have come from the fact that all patients with this disorder were young children at the time of the Shibuya earthquake, and the complexity of the circumstances surrounding the quake and their symptoms. That is believed to be the origin of the name Chaos Child Syndrome. So it's just something else entirely. I I couldn't stop thinking about the syndrome, so I spent the whole night looking it up on my phone. I didn't understand over half of what I read. Just reading it gave me a headache. And it was all is believed to be, or is said to be. It was like no one really knew anything for sure. The quake was caused by the guy from, like, the main antagonist from Chaos Head. It was like his big experiment, and he was trying to make an artificial gigalomaniac, and ended up ruining the city. But as far as like the thing that gets me, why is it different now? Like they talked about Chaos Child Syndrome, and it was just like a very specific PTSD, like, you know, but in the children of, you know, same people, children who were in the earthquake. But now it's like a full-on schizophrenia, like, was it schizotypical disorder? Like, it's different now. Why? Yeah, that would make sense. It was like no one really knew for anything for sure. Poor brain. Eventually, I turned up a page that said, mental disorders are neither real illnesses or fictional myths, but somewhere between the two. I didn't know what that meant, so I just gave up. That might be the dumbest thing I've ever read in my life. Mental disorders are neither real illnesses or fictional myths, but somewhere between the two. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's really dumb. It also looked like a lot of other people besides me were looking into it too. Some people were coming up with weird conspiracy theories, and others were saying it was that the very idea of explaining it scientifically was nonsense. I realized as I read that I kept seeing the same name again and again. Oh no! He was the boy behind the serial killings in Shibuya. He was just 18 years old, only a year older than me. I'd lost my memories from before the accident and didn't really know what awful things he'd done. I tried to look him up, but when they'd given me the phone, they'd put a filter on it. I couldn't read much of anything at all about Takeru Miyashiro. That only made me want to know more. Maybe that was what I was like from before the accident? My personality didn't seem to have changed much. Yeah. Huh? Oh golly gosh, I wonder who told you that. I felt like someone had told me that often before. Who was it? Well, it didn't matter. Aoi's phone didn't have any filtering on it. I was able to find out about Takeru Miyashiro right away. It was shocking. It was hard to imagine that someone my age could have done this. He'd killed his own younger sister, and he'd worked together with an accomplice to stuff her body in boxes. Don't talk about that. I hate that one so much. Then he tried to kill his older sister and failed. His older sister was still in a coma, they said. So she survived. Okay, so Kurusu is still alive, I guess. She's just in a coma. I couldn't believe it. I felt disgusted with this Miyashiro person. How could he do that? But at the same time, I wondered. Yeah. I'd learned that he had gone to Hekio Academy before he'd been caught. They'd told me not to go to Shibuya, and they'd put filtering on my phone to stop me from looking up Miyashiro. Which meant that maybe there was something there. Something they didn't want me to know. I didn't know what it could be, but it just didn't feel right. I slapped myself a few times on the cheeks to help me focus. I just wanted to know the answers. So I pretended to be sick to get out of school and went back to Shibuya. Okay, I was all ready. I said a silent sorry to my friends who were worried about my fake illness and set off for my destination. When I stood at the same spot as yesterday, I could hear the sound of a chime. All the noise the patients were making stopped, and the whole facility became quiet.
もしかして授業？
The place seemed just like the high school I went to. Ayaka said that the people here thought they were going to school.
どうしようかな。
I'd come to the same spot as yesterday, but I didn't see any visions like I had last time. I didn't want to pass out again, but I had my hopes up a little. That maybe I would see something else. And that maybe it would be a clue to the old me. I took out my phone and checked the time. If it was the same as a normal school, they should still be doing morning classes. I just heard the chime, so it was probably third period. Right? I'm curious if this has always been the case, and like everything we've seen up till now was only from the perspective of someone who is a patient at this school, right? And this has always been the case. We just didn't know it until now. Or if something changed. I don't know. I don't know if like this is new or we are only just learning about it. Should I go inside? If I acted like I belonged there, maybe they wouldn't. No, that wouldn't work. It would be one thing if I was wearing the school's uniform, but in my street clothes, they'd spot me immediately.
どうかしましたか?
Wow, not good. I'd been staring at the school for so long they thought I was suspicious. I smiled at the guard as he came up to me.
いえ、別に何でも。
ああ、君か。しばらく見なかったけど、どうしたんだい？おや、制服は？
え？
本当は規則違反なんだけど、まあ、多めに見るよ。早く入りなさい。今なら3次元目の授業には間に合うだろう。
And then he let me right into the school. Or maybe they're just lying and it actually is just a school? What the fuck is going on? What was he talking about? Uniform? He hadn't seen me for a while? He knew me? I didn't understand. I was standing in shock in the middle of the courtyard.
お、どうしたの?
I could tell the guard was getting concerned. If I didn't do something, he'd get suspicious. I'll just go with it. I didn't know what was going on, but just standing here was only going to make him more suspicious. I started to walk toward the school building. My brain is exploding right now. I finally made it to the entrance. I hadn't realized it, but my breathing was starting to quicken. I looked around, desperately searching my memories. But I'd never been here before, probably.
でも。
For some reason, I recognized the smell. It was the smell of a school building. It felt much more like home than my high school in Yokohama. No, that was impossible. I was imagining it. All schools smelled the same. Well, that's definitely not true. And then suddenly, I saw a vision in my mind. Just like yesterday. My heart pounded loudly. I was sure I'd never been here before, but I still felt a sense of deja vu. I remembered what the guard said. He hadn't seen me for a while. Where was my uniform? Go inside quick. Did I go here before the accident? Did that mean I was a student? No, a patient? But I didn't have Chaos Child Syndrome. I opened up the shoebox for guests and put my shoes inside. I decided not to wear slippers. It was possible that I'd need to run out. I headed up to the stairs on the 3rd floor. And the further in I got, the stronger the sense of deja vu. I felt sick. No, I felt uncomfortable. It was like watching a movie I'd seen when I was a kid. I didn't remember the story or the ending, I couldn't think of the title or the protagonist's face, but I knew I'd seen all the scenes before. I could faintly hear what sounded like a teacher's voice coming from one of the classrooms. I just kept walking through the movie, and for some reason, I stopped.
私、なんで3階に
God. Club room? Oh no. I was in front of a second-year classroom. Why had I stopped here? Oh, the club room's on the 5th floor, I think? Why did I come straight up here in the first place? It was a very strange feeling. I could hear a teacher's voice from within, holding class. Suddenly, I got scared. The air felt heavy, like it was threatening to crush me. Yeah. My heartbeat sounded very loud. I'm guessing it's... What's-his-face? The accomplice, Mr. Crazy Claw Sword Man. My hand went for the door, as if pulled by an unseen force. More deja vu. I knew how this door felt to the touch. I remembered. I wasn't imagining it. I suddenly heard a voice from within. A voice I remembered well. It was a voice I remembered well, but one that made me want to cry. No, don't open it. Don't open the door, Onaway.
どうして開けちゃいけないのどうして
By the time I'd finished the thought, the door had slowly opened. Okay, that's new. That is new and upsetting. I froze. All the eyes were upon me. They were looking at me after I'd suddenly walked into the classroom. My eyes locked with all of theirs. The old woman closest to me smiled. Her wrinkly lips shone with lip gloss that didn't fit her apparent age at all.
おかえり
All the hairs on my body stood on end, and I shot out of there like a bullet. I ran down the hallway. I kept running. I'm so fucking lost. What was that? What the heck was that? I'd seen yesterday what Chaos Child Syndrome was. But still, this didn't make any sense.
なんで誰も気づかないの
With all those patients there, how could nobody realize? How could none of them realize this wasn't a school? This place was weird. It was definitely weird. That's the understatement of the fucking century, Serica. They all wore normal uniforms and took normal classes. What was the point of making them all live normal human lives? No, I was never part of this. I had to be imagining it. My chest started to burn and I stopped running. I don't know if this very well might just be a coincidence, but their like wrinkled ass faces looked a lot like Takumi from Chaos Head, which might be a coincidence. I don't think his condition... I think his condition was just like a genetic thing, but like... They looked a lot like it, and I'm curious if that's relevant. They really looked like him. But I still couldn't stop myself from walking as fast as I could. And then I realized again and again,
避けないでよ
this is madness. Why had I come up the stairs? If I wanted to run, I needed to go down. You're going to the club room, lady. Like, it's... Just go. I swear to God, if we see, like, someone we know, and they're all, like, zombified, I'm gonna lose my mind. I could see the building next to me from the window. I must have gone up about 2 flights of stairs. I looked behind me. Nobody was chasing after me. No one was making a fuss. I was safe. I saw another vision in my head. I felt dizzy. I staggered over to the wall to keep from falling over. It was the same as yesterday. I saw a vision of something I was sure I'd never seen before and started to pass out. I happened to see a certain club room. Of course, which club it was, I didn't know. I'd never been here before. But I knew. This room was special to me. I moved away from the wall and slowly went toward the door. Oh, do not show me, like, zombified Kazuki. I will lose my mind. Do not you dare, game. Do not you dare. I will be so mad. I heard a sound from within the room. Was someone in there? Don't do it.
おいやめろって。あれなんとかしてくれよ副部長。
またやめなさいってもう。
Ito. No, he's been through enough. Ito needs a break. For once. Poor guy got his brain deep fried.
ほらすりむいてるじゃないの。救急箱を取って。
So, I think these are memories. This is not actually, he's not actually hearing this.
待っ
Because
てくれよ。今このニュースサイトのソースをだな。
I was about to say, because like she's supposedly in a coma, and he is supposedly, I assume in prison, right? He's the murderer, so
早くしなさい。
memories.
はい。
The voices I heard made my chest ache and burn. For some reason, I started to cry, and my vision blurred. I hadn't heard any of these voices before, but I remembered them. At some point, I'd put my hand on the door. I slowly opened it. Yeah, that... There was no one inside. I'd heard the voices until I opened it. I slowly closed the door and went inside. I ran my finger along the desk and looked at the things in the rest of the room. There was no one here. Of course not. No one was here. The room was a mess. There were piles of papers, books, and DVDs everywhere, and cardboard boxes stacked on top of each other.
新聞部。
There were several scrapbooks on the shelf, and all of them said Hekiho Academy Newspaper Club Article Archive on the front.
あ、これだ。
It's been a while. I was sure of it. This is what I'd seen a moment ago.
地図。
I touched the map on the cork board. In the center was Shibuya Station, so this was a map of Shibuya. There were photographs and newspaper articles pinned to it, along with memos that were probably made by the club's members. The stuff on the board made me feel sick. There were pictures of bodies and things. And wait, wasn't this...
渋谷のあの事件。
Nice. I didn't remember it, but... This was the return of the New Generation madness that had taken place in Shibuya before the Restoration Festival. The map was a summary of the case.
なんで私 私はこれを。
I carefully searched the map for any clues to my past. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I hate this. I hate this so much. I found a photograph pinned up away from the others. It was of me. Why is she normal? I'm so fucking lost. I was smiling, and I was wearing the school uniform. It was the same uniform the old people, the patients, had been wearing. And the person smiling next to me was...
誰なの？
I heard myself whisper. I wasn't asking the question to someone I'd never met before. I'd known this person from somewhere. Who was this old woman with her kind smile? I'm, I realized I was yelling. Whether I was yelling at myself or at her, I didn't know. By the time the sun had almost set, stop with this peaceful ass music. This is so... I'm losing it. I'm cracking here. I'd finally made my decision.
よし。
I knew the place from the business card I'd been given before. There was no point in just thinking about it. I wanted answers. And at this rate, it was making me feel sick. I pulled up a map of Shibuya on my phone and started walking.
来ちゃったのね。生活費の振り込みは3日後よ。
Momose, my guardian, didn't scold me for breaking my promise. She sighed, sounding slightly exasperated. I'd been scared she'd get mad, so I was a little relieved.
いえ、それは分かってます。
Where's my money?
そうじゃなくて。
まあ、入りなさいな。コーヒーでいい？
はい。
It had been a while since I'd seen her, but part of me didn't really know how to deal with this woman. She was normally so relaxed, but she could suddenly get scary. There was a strength about her that you couldn't resist, maybe. Uh-oh. She told you to do something, you did it. Excuse me, I said as I timidly entered the office. Inside, it was a normal office. I craned my neck to look around. Her business card said Trustworthiness Investigation Company. That meant she was a detective. I knew that much. From what I'd seen on TV, I thought detective offices were supposed to be messier. So I was surprised to see just how normal it looked.
はい。
どうも。
I took a sip from the coffee she offered me. Come to think of it, I hadn't had anything to eat since I'd run out of Hekio Academy this afternoon. I hadn't felt like eating at all.
それで渋谷には来ないようにって言っておいたわよね。
Ugh, she had. I tried to focus. I needed to get answers today.
それは謝ります。でもどうしても知りたいことがあって。
The fuck is up with that school, lady? That's the question. I told her as much as I could about everything that had happened since yesterday. Momose listened quietly, occasionally sipping from her coffee. She didn't bat an eye, even when I told her how I'd collapsed or snuck into Hekiho. Zombies. I got a little mad as I started to talk. Momose knew something about my past. And whatever it was, it had something to do with Chaos Child Syndrome and Hekio Academy. Otherwise, she never would have told me not to come to Shibuya. I took something out of my pocket, like like a detective confronting a suspect with crucial evidence. Oh. That's not good. Put that away, please. Hate that. Momose's expression changed. And it wasn't what I thought it would be. Did she just chuckle? Why? Yeah, I'm fine. I just
私ですよ
got something
ね
caught in my throat.
どう見ても
I pointed to myself in the picture. I felt bad about it, but I'd borrowed the photograph from that room.
隣の人誰なんですか？それになんで私はあの施設の制服を着てるんですか？私って上京した日に復興祭の日に生まれて初めて渋谷に来たんじゃなかったんですか？
The guard at Hekiho had known who I was. And I'd felt that sense of deja vu when walking through the halls. I swear to God, she just says twin. Bullshit. Like, come on. That would be like the easiest go-to excuse. It was my first time there, but my body had moved on its own. Then again, Momose isn't really... She's usually a pretty straight shooter. But I'm sure they'll get to it. Maybe, I don't know. And then there was what they'd said to me in that second-year classroom. Welcome back.
もしかして私あそこにいたことが。
あなたはどう思ってるの？言ってみてどう感じたの？自分は碧峰学園にいたことがあると思った？
I wasn't sure.
わかりません。でもなんていうかすっきりしなくて。初めて行ったはずなんです。碧峰学園っていう名前も昨日初めて聞きましたし、カオスチャイルド症候群の人の収容施設だっていうのも初耳でした。でもあそこにいると何かを忘れているみたいにずっとモヤモヤして。
In the photograph, I was wearing my uniform and smiling. The old woman next to me must have been a friend. I was friends with someone with Chaos Child Syndrome, and I was wearing the uniform. Did that mean that I was also...
もしかして私カオスチャイルド症候群だったんですか？その影響で記憶をなくしてしまったとか？
それは違うわね。
Momose told me I was wrong.
今のところ症候群から回復した人は一人もいないのよ。表向きはね。
表向き？
Momose got out a pen and started to write something down on a notepad.
渡す前に念のため確認させてちょうだい。あなたはどうしても知りたいのね。
She was testing me. But of course I wanted answers. I wanted to know about my past and the memories I'd lost.
はい。自分のことですから。
そうね。自分のことですもんね。
The paper had an address and a name on it.
悪いんだけど、私の口からは何も言えないのよ。というか、何も言えないって口にするのも、実はギリギリアウト。でもまあ、
Patience.
これくらいは許してもらわないとね。とにかくそこへ行って聞いてごらんなさい。まずはそれから。
はあ。
It felt like she hadn't told me anything, like usual. But I had no choice but to go there. I gulped down the rest of my coffee, which had gone totally cold, and stood up. Who and where? Like...
一人暮らしは順調かしら？
Momose chased after me once I'd left the building.
はい。まあ、それなりに。
I'm like... At this point, I am at this game's mercy. I have no more guesses. I have no more. I got nothing. I literally am just waiting for answers. With my arms outstretched, I'm like, answers, please. That's all I got.
お金使いすぎちゃダメよ。
The crepes I'd eaten yesterday flashed through my mind.
お小遣いと生活費はちゃんと分けてますから。
ほら、しっかりしてるじゃない。友達はできた？
I thought of Aoi and Ayaka.
はい。
そう。なら、楽しくやれてるのね。
はい。楽しいですよ。
よかったわ。
If she was happy, then why did her eyes seem a little sad?
それじゃあ、体に気をつけてね。
Like, this is sweet and all. I love this. How cute and sweet. But more importantly, what the fuck is going on? That was a strange way to say goodbye. What did that mean? But everything she said always sounded kind of ominous. There was no point in thinking about it. Just go to the place and talk to the person, goddammit.
また今度。
I left Frisia. If it's fucking Kunosato, I'm like, I'll be happy because we might get answers, but also I'm gonna be upset if it's Kunosato because I do not like her. By late afternoon, I'd arrived at my destination. Did she say it was a dude or a late? I can't remember if she mentioned if it was a guy or a girl.
ここって
I can't remember.
確か。
I've already forgotten. Oh, it's probably Shinjo. The address on the memo sheet was for a hospital in Yoyogi. AH Tokyo General Hospital. They just said person. Okay. I thought I had heard the name before when I'd seen the memo, but it was only when I actually saw the building that I remembered. I'm guessing either Shinjo or Kunosato. About 3 months ago, the police had run a search here. Everyone had been talking about it, to the point where I knew about it even though I didn't watch the news. They'd been committing all kinds of medical malpractice, which they hadn't reported at all, and they'd been making illegal donations to politicians for years to cover it up. Something like that. And an average American hospital. I'm kidding. Maybe. I don't know. Politics. And they were linked with some kind of weird cult, and instead of treatments, sometimes they'd make patients undergo weird rituals.
怖い病院だな。大丈夫なのかな。
I was pretty sure I'd heard that all the managers and doctors involved had been arrested, and any ties with the cult had been severed. But it was supposedly a completely new hospital now. But still.
大丈夫。行っちゃえ。
I spoke loudly to cheer myself up and went inside.
と。
Most of the hospital must have been closed for the weekend because the lobby was almost empty. The visiting hours hadn't ended yet, and no one stopped me as I walked through the halls. Yeah, this is the hospital where she was being tortured in the basement, basically. Come to think of it, the paper I was given only had a name. I didn't know if it belonged to a doctor, a patient, or maybe even a nurse.
すいません。
Just say the name, please. I'm begging you. I spoke to a nurse at the nurse's station.
はい。どうしました？
ですね、この人ってここで働いてたりしますか？
I showed her the name on the memo. I didn't say it because then the audience would know what it is. God damn it. The nurse nodded.
失礼ですけど。
尾上と言います。
Okay, so there's someone who works here.
久野里さんのお知り合いですか？
Kunosada. Of course it is. Motherfucker.
なんていうのか。
Wait, she works
そ
here?
うだ、百瀬さんの紹介と言ってくれればわかります。
The nurse nodded again and reached for the phone on the desk. She spoke on the phone with someone for a moment.
お待たせしました。お会いになるそうです。5階の精神科へどうぞ。
精神科？
ええ、普通には入れないので注意してくださいね。エレベーターを降りるとすぐに扉があります。脇のインターホンを押してください。担当看護師がご案内します。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。
I headed for the elevator like the nurse said.
あ、ちょっと。はい？
The nurse glanced around to see if anyone was listening and leaned toward me. She were whispering.
久野里さんとは初めて会うの？
はい。
気をつけてね。ちょっと気難しい人だから。
I know. I narrowed my eyebrows a little. For some reason, the nurse said, "Good luck. We will need it." I went up to the 5th floor and pressed the button to call the nurse, who let me into the psych ward. I was told to go to the first door down the hall. Wait, I was going to a hospital room? I was sure she worked for the hospital.
患者さんなのかな？
She definitely said she worked for the hospital. There was a plate for patient names in front of the room, but it didn't say Kunosato. It was blank. I knocked timidly.
開いてる。
A gruff voice answered. Huh? Did I know that voice?
何してる？入るならさっさと入れ。
はい。失礼します。
I remembered what the nurse had just said. She really did seem difficult. Or scary, more like. I fidgeted a little as I opened the door. The reason I thought I'd heard that voice before was that I'd met her several times. Sometimes she'd come to visit me with Momose when I was in the hospital after my accident. I hadn't asked her name. I guess it was Kunosato, then. Kunosato was sitting at her laptop, typing at an incredible speed. She didn't even look at me.
どうして来た？
はい？
渋谷には近づくなと言われていたはずだ。
ここは渋谷じゃないです。代々木です。
なら、私がここにいるとなぜわかった？百瀬さんのところへ行って居場所を聞いたんじゃないのか？
She's figured me out.
百瀬さんのフリージアは渋谷だ。ということは、やっぱりお前は渋谷に行った。ほら見ろ。私は忠告に従えないようなバカは嫌いだ。覚えておけ。
Now I knew exactly why the nurse had wished me good luck. I spoke loudly to keep up with the sound of fingers hitting keys.
ここへ来たのはどうしても知りたいことがあるからです。私の記憶のことです。
She was deliberately hitting the keys hard. I wouldn't lose, though.
これ。
I put the photograph I brought in front of her face, since she refused to look away from the screen.
碧峰学園の新聞部っていう部屋で見つけたんです。これについて何か知ってることがあれば教えてください。
お前、あそこに行ったのか。
Zombie! It was only after she turned to look at me that I realized, under her white lab coat, she was wearing a Hekio Academy uniform, the same as in the picture.
おい。
Kunosato suddenly stood up and got close enough to my face that we almost touched. Please don't start strangling her. She has a tendency to start strangling people out of nowhere. It's not cool. Don't do it.
お前、あそこがどういうところか分かっているのか？何を見た？何をしたんだ？
何もしてません。
Quickly drew back from her. She was scary. I could almost hear the sound of my own heart racing.
あなたもあそこの生徒じゃない収容者の一人なんですか？
何？
Because that, I pointed at her uniform.
教えてください。もしかして私あそこにいたんですか？どんなことでもいいんです。私の記憶の手がかりになることならどうしても知りたいんです。
Kunosato kept looking at me. She seemed annoyed. It was like she was trying to feel out what was in my heart.
百瀬さんは何と言っていた？
Oh my god, just stop asking what people said. Just answer the questions.
どうせ百瀬さんにも同じことを聞いたんだろう。何と言っていたんだ？
She said to ask you. I hate this.
自分の口からは何も言えないって。あとそれから何も言えないっていうこと自体がギリギリアウトかもって。
なるほどな。あの人らしい。見事なタヌキっぷりだ。
ああ、それはそう思います。
I found myself agreeing. Please, Kunosato, I beg of you. Give me a tidbit of information. She's a very pleasant old woman, that is true.
知りたいか？過去だよ。お前の。
I can't! Yes!
はい。
Kunosato shrugged a little.
言っておくがな。私はお前のことに関しては何も知らないぞ。お前と会ったのはお前が事故で入院した病院が初めてだ。それ以前のことは百瀬さんから聞いてるんだろ。
はい。
その写真のこともわからん。お前が制服を着ている理由もな。
でも久野里さんはあそこの収容者なんでしょ？
I looked at the uniform she was wearing again. It was the same as the one I had on in the picture.
違う。あの施設では基本的に制服着用が義務付けられている。症候群者たちに怪しまれずに動き回るにはこの服が必要なんだよ。
じゃあ久野里さんは一体？
研究者だよ。カオスチャイルド症候群のな。
Great.
研究者？
ああ。
She tapped the laptop monitor with her fingers. It was filled with rows of tiny numbers and several images of what looked like human brains.
もしかして私も久野里さんみたいに何か特別な理由とかあったんでしょうか？その制服を着て写真に写ってるってことは。
I mean, we knew she was a scientist, but as far as I knew, she was studying, like, gigalomaniacs. So, and I can't tell if she's literally just lying about not knowing her before the accident, or if, like, the things get rewritten so she actually doesn't remember interacting with her ever. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
少なくとも私の知る限りお前を壁砲で見た記憶はない。あと特別な理由とやらも思いつかんな。お前が私のような研究者だったとは思えん。
Yeah, some definitely seems like like when Takaru made her normal, did he also rewrite the all of reality? What the fuck is going on? That answer didn't satisfy me. Same. The guard had acted like he knew who I was. And the woman in the picture had been acting like we were friends. I don't know. I have no idea. He's like, they said that he was like a regular giglomaniac as opposed to the ones that were created. So he can do supposedly anything, but it would be like, I feel like it is in the realm of possibility, but I don't know. I'm so, I don't know. And the woman in the picture had been acting like we were friends.
この人は症候群の人なんですよね。
I pointed at the photo. Yeah, I like, maybe this is, I'm wondering if you like split the world into like two different realities. Like one reality is being experienced by people with Chaos Child Syndrome, where like in their minds, it's the world, the first world that we knew where all that stuff happened. And then everybody else on the outside is now experiencing this world. So that's like two different worlds. And like, but like that doesn't, I don't know if that makes any sense. I need more information. Kunosato, please. I pointed at the photo.
この人のこと教えてください。研究をしているのなら知ってるはずですよね。
部外者にそんな簡単に個人情報を教えるわけにはいかない。
Oh, all of a sudden you have morals.
部外者じゃないかもしれないじゃないですか。
お前なぜそこまで知りたがるんだ。
そんなの当たり前です。自分のことですよ。気にしない人なんているはずないです。それに私たくさんの声を聞いた気がするんです。この写真が貼ってあった部屋の前で。うまく言えないんですけど、とても懐かしい感じがしました。もしもあの声の中にこの人がいるなら、きっと私にとって大事な友達だったはずです。大事な友達のことを知りたいって思うのはいけないことですか？
Ugh. She was glaring at me with a really scary look on her face. Did I go a little too far? But I couldn't help it. It was the truth.
お前面倒くさいやつだな。
Literal glass house lady.
百瀬さんがこっちに回してきたのもわかる。
She stood up and went to leave the room, as if she was finished talking.
待ってください。
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a good point. Like, the picture specifically has those two. I mean, I guess they were like best friends, aside from Takaru. But I guess he was a little more than a friend at that point.
話はまだ。
少しここで待っていろ。教えてもいいのかどうか確認を取る。PC には触れるなよ。
なんだ。
That sounds a lot like touch my PC and learn what's going on. I thought to myself as I was alone in the room. I mean, they were like, that was the facade, right? That they were like best friends They were super nice to each other. But I guess I don't know. Like Serica, before, like back when she was a murderer, like she knew all that, and I think she was just pretending. But from Senri's perspective, I think they were like really good friends.
案外友達いるかもしれないな、あの人。
I was kept waiting for about an hour. Just when I was starting to think that she was making me wait deliberately, she came back into the room. She told me to follow her and to promise that I wouldn't tell anyone what I was about to see. Please, for the love of God.
事前に壁砲に忍び込んだという事実が聞いたな。勝手にそんなことをされるくらいならちゃんと教えておこうと言っていたよ。
Great, perfect.
研
Good.
究の責任者の方ですか？
まあ責任者には違いないかな。
Okay. Kunisada went deeper into the building, then stopped.
ここだ。
She turned around to face me as she put her hand on the door.
ああ待て。入る前に約束をしろ。公害無用はもちろんだが。
はい。
この中の連中を見て納得したら今度こそ渋谷には近づくな。
え？
それがお前の知りたがっていることを教える条件だ。
待ってください。それってどういう。
会えばわかる。
Kunisada opened the door without waiting for my answer. No! No! My heart! Oh, stop! I was struck dumb when I saw what was in the room. The only light came from the fluorescent lamps overhead. I could smell the peculiar scent of disinfectant. There were 4 beds, each with a patient on them. All of them were old women. Their bodies were hooked up to machines like the ones you saw on TV shows that went beep beep in time with the rhythm of their hearts.
こっちへ来い。
This tells me nothing! This does not answer any questions. Okay, there's more. I thought that was the whole thing. I was like, this says nothing. I don't think they're old. I think they're literally just wrinkled and shriveled. Kunisado called to me from the bed that was furthest back. I got close and gasped. It was her. It was the girl in the photograph with me.
クルス・ノノ、18歳。カオスチャイルド症候群患者。昏睡状態になって約3ヶ月だ。
This tells me nothing. She's 18? A coma? 3 months?
さらに彼女は他の3人と違ってここへ運び込まれた時に胸部にひどい裂傷を負っていた。
怪我をしてたんですか？
Yeah, you stabbed her, but, you know, that's not important.
まあな。一時は危篤に陥ったがなんとか一命を取り留めたよ。
For some reason, Kunisada was frowning as she looked at me. Why are the other ones in, like this, though? Like...
まあとにかくこれで分かったろ。お前と彼女がどういう関係だったのか。それを聞こうにもこの状態ではな。
She pointed to the woman on the bed as if to say, satisfied?
昏睡って症候群のせいなんですか？
No, because of the
そう
stabbing.
だ。
What?
他の人たちも。
looked at the other beds. I'm so... Each of them had a name written above their pillow. Hinai Arimura, Hana Kazuki, Uki Yamazoe. Yeah, was all she said.
回復するんですよね。
さあな。
She's so lying. She is so lying. The girl on the bed, Kurusu, was as still as a doll. Without the sound of the heart monitor, I doubt I would have known she was alive. It really did feel like I knew her, maybe. What had our relationship been before the accident? Had we been friends at Hekiho Academy?
私どうして
It felt like I could almost remember, but I couldn't. Nono Kurusu, Hana Kazuki, Hinai Arimura, Uki Yamazoe. They were all names I was hearing for the first time. But it didn't feel that way. It was so frustrating not being able to remember.
3ヶ月ってことは昏睡状態が始まったのは復興祭の頃ってことですよね。
That was when I'd lost my memories. Was that a coincidence?
どうしてみんな昏睡状態になってしまったんですか？
それこそ患者の重要な個人情報だ。知ってどうする？
直接彼女に私のことを聞きたいんです。
素人のお前にどうこうできる病気じゃない。
わからないじゃないですか。
Kunosada wasn't listening. She just kept insisting that I leave and never go back to Shibuya.
じゃあ明日もう一度碧峰学園に行きます。
何？
Kunosada raised her eyebrows.
だってクルスさんがダメなら碧峰学園にしか手がかりがないです。守衛のおじさんが私のことを知ってたみたいだし。
ふざけるな。
Kunosada angrily drew closer to me, and I stepped back.
そんなことをしてみろ。百瀬さんに言って生活費の振り込みを止めるぞ。
That would be bad. No, I wouldn't give up.
バイトするからいいです。
なるほど。なかなかのガッツだ。だがこの国では身元保証人がいなければまともなバイトなどないらしいな。そしてお前の身元保証人も百瀬さんだ。
That one worked. If she wouldn't let me get a job, I couldn't survive.
ひどい。なんでそこまで。
いいから。お前は忠告を守っていろ。
だから納得のいく理由を教えてください。
Why did she want to keep it a secret so badly? I didn't think I was asking for anything weird.
お前の記憶云々は関係ない。今碧峰学園は微妙な立場に置かれてるからだ。
Kunosada ran an aggravated hand through her hair and showed me what was on the laptop she brought. The screen showed a picture of a man.
あれ
I'd seen him before too. Hold on. Principal Investigator, Administrator Class Personnel, Master Access Rights, Class A Rights Holder. Specialty, Frontotemporal Lobar Degeneration. Bipolar Disorder, Developmental Disorder Education. Achievements, Health Management, okay. So he's... Career not found error. That's weird. So I guess in this version where it's a facility as opposed to a school, he's an investigator, I guess. And he's I'm so where? I couldn't remember.
涌井秀一。症候群者たちには
普通の教師だと認識されていたはずだが、実際は違う。施設の管理人の一人だ。カオスチャイルド症候群の研究をしていた科学者だよ。復興祭の直後、こいつは今までの症候群に関するデータを持って姿を消したんだ。患者の情報の流出ということになれば大変な事態になる。学園は大騒ぎになった。ところがこいつはもっと悪質でな。管理人の立場を利用して学園を私物化していた。
Hold on, I have to look at the programs on her computer. This is really funny. Fire Earth. Is that the browser? Microsoft Excel. Rhine, classic. I love how often Rhine comes up. Eugene shortcuts. Alright, those are the only funny ones. Freaking Fire Earth.
詳細は言えないが、この男のせいで碧峰学園は何が起きてもおかしくない状態にある。だから絶対に近づくなと言ってるんだ。おい、聞いてるのか？
はい。
I couldn't take my eyes off the man in the picture. Also, why does she have Ryan? She doesn't have friends. Why do you need, like, what does she need Ryan for? What are you doing, Kunosato? It could be. I'm starting to think, like, maybe this is how things always actually were, and everything we've seen up till now was only from within the perspective of Takaru, who was a part of this, because he also had Chaos Child Syndrome. And if Chaos Child Syndrome was always this thing, then the fact that we were working from his perspective, I don't know, man. I hope it's not, because this is rough. This is rough stuff. I really hope I'm wrong, but I'm starting to think that this is how things always were. And this is what Chaos Child Syndrome actually is. But I need more information. What was this? I knew him from somewhere. My eyes met with Kunosato just as the scene flashed through my mind. Her look of annoyance had vanished, and she was dead serious.
お前、この男を覚えているのか？この男とどこで会ったのか、それもわかるか？
Yeah, they're definitely bearing the lead here. Like, I have so many. I try to remember the image I'd just seen. It was probably.
どうなんだ？
なんとなくですけど。
But why would I know that place? I could hear Kunosato whisper as I tried to think.
装置の場所を覚えている。記憶の改変が完全ではなかったのか？
Did you really just say that out loud?
なんですか？
There's a fucking laser pointer, right? Just anything. Also, the fuck did you just say, Kunosato? And why did you say it out loud?
いや、こっちの話だ。とにかくその場所を教えてくれ。大事なことなんだ。
She totally said that out loud on purpose. What a bitch.
いいですけど。
This fucking...
でも、その代わり、お願いがあります。
Yeah. The location of the device. The memory alteration and What does that mean? It was a device? Yeah. Memory alteration, is that is she referring to what Takaru did? Or is it something else? Like, Dad's device. Oh, the artificial sword, maybe. I just need more information. And then I explained the idea I just had to her. I left the patient room and was taken even deeper into the hospital. I was told I'll need to get permission from above, and I'll have to negotiate, and kept waiting several more hours. Yeah, no worries. It was probably night outside now. The further into the hospital I went, the colder the air became. It felt like something terrible was waiting for me. Almost certainly something terrible is waiting for you.
お前の持ち出した交換条件のためだ。もう一人、患者に会わないとならない。
Oh my god. Another patient, who's that gonna be? Takaru? I said, right, he's the only one left. Was what I said that difficult? I hadn't thought it would be. Or Ito? Ito would make sense. Shinjo. Hey, buddy. Kunosato took me down the hallway into an area marked staff only, no entry. A man in a suit was waiting for us. His eyes went wide with surprise when he saw me.
何のつもりだ。まずいだろ
う。説明は部屋の中でする。あんたも来い。
This poor guy, he needs a vacation. He's been through way too much. Kunosato brushed past him.
Onoe.
はい。
この人は渋谷署の新庄刑事だ。カオスチャイルド症候群の研究に協力してもらっている。
A detective helping study a disease? Was that a thing that happened? I bowed, confused.
新庄さん、監視の交代までどれくらいある？
しばらくは大丈夫だ。でも彼が怒るぞ。
だろうな。とにかく来い。あんたにとっても重要な話だ。
Kunosato went further down the hallway. Oh my god, if it is... Him also might refer to Takaru, but I don't know where he fits into this. If this... I followed. It felt like something scary was getting closer. Slowly closer.
誰がいるんですか？
部屋に入ればわかる。君もニュースくらい見るだろう。
ニュース？有名人ですか？
I don't think they stated him to be in prison. I think he might still be in the hospital. They just said that he was the murderer. They didn't. I don't think they ever said that he was in prison. I might have missed it though. Yeah, I think it's. I think it's him.
久野里さんからも注意されてると思うが、これから先のことは絶対に秘密にしてくれ。彼自身のことはもちろん、彼に会ったことやこの場所のことも喋っちゃいけない。いいね。
はい。
What kind of famous person could it be if they needed all this secrecy? The two of them stopped in front of a certain door. There was a no visitors sign on the door, and the small window was barred. Only a faint light came from within. Yeah, it's... The detective took out something. It was a key. The door locked from the outside. Criminal mastermind Takaru Miyashiro. There was a tension building between the two of them. I started to feel nervous too.
Onoe.
はい。
お前はニュージェネレーションの狂気の再来事件についてどこまで知っている？
The return of the new generation madness? I knew about it.
ニュースで流れていることなら一通りはある程度だと思いますけど、渋谷で起きたその連続殺人ですよね。
犯人については？
私の一個上の男で、なんだっけ、宮なんとか、宮沢？
宮代だよ。宮代拓くん。
ああ、そんな名前でした。
When I'd borrowed Ayaka's phone to look up Chaos-Child syndrome, I'd seen his name a few times on news sites and blogs. At first, I'd wondered why he was showing up in my research results, but when I read them, I found out that he had Chaos-Child syndrome too. By the time Ayaka and Aoi had told me not to look, it was too late. I'd already seen photos of the crime scenes. They were awful. Just remembering them made me feel anger and hatred toward the killer.
私と一つしか違わない人があんなことをしたなんて信じられませんけど。
Maybe he'd wanted to be famous. Maybe that's why. And one of the victims was his own sister, they said. I couldn't believe it.
事件後、宮代がどうなったか知っているか？
さあ、でも逮捕されたんですよね。裁判とかするんじゃないんですか？
For some reason, Kunosato glanced at the door. So did Shinjo. I suddenly felt cold ice pressed to the back of my neck. No way, it couldn't be. Was he inside?
カオスチャイルド症候群から回復した人間は一人もいない。表向きはそうなっている。宮代は事件を引き起こした当時、カオスチャイルド症候群だった。だが逮捕後に回復に向かっていることが確認された。
Maybe.
現状で唯一の症候群からの帰還者だ。病気の解明のため特別措置としてこの病院に隔離されている。
Not that the public knows anything about it, Kunosato added. It was cold, but I still felt an awful sweat. The killer was working with Kunosato? And the police ran on it too?
なんで私がそんな人と会わなくちゃいけないんですか？
No, I'm scared. I don't want to meet him. Who knows what he'll do to me?
安心しろ。あいつはお前には何もしない。絶対にな。
Kunosato wasn't listening to me. Shinjo used the key and the door slowly opened. I saw him immediately in the dark room. Hey, buddy. How you been? He was sitting on the bed looking at me. He wasn't handcuffed, and he wasn't bound at all. This is penance for Cool Cat. He's not having a good time. I took a small step back. He was thin and wasting away, like a dead tree branch. It was hard to believe he'd committed those murders. Had he just recovered from Chaos Child syndrome? His face was like an 18-year-old boy's, but his bony limbs and neck still looked like they belonged to an old man.
これが宮代拓。
The killer behind the return of the new generation madness.
新庄さん、久野里さん、約束が違う。
Found myself hiding behind Kunosato's back when he spoke. The kind of killer who could do something like that had to be a very scary man. My hand was shaking as I held onto Kunosato's white lab coat.
どういうことです？無関係の人をここに連れてくるなんて。
I could tell from his voice that he was angry. I shrank back to try and hide from him.
状況が変わった。こいつは尾上セリカ。碧峰学園のことを知っているらしい。
Dude, he looks awful. He does not look good.
ある場所で涌井と二人きりで会っていた覚えもあるそうだ。
え？
Both he and Shinjo gasped in surprise. He stood up from the bed and walked over to me. I got scared and clung to Kunosato tighter.
そんな、まさか。
そのまさかだよ。この病院の地下からどこかへ消え去った施設のことだろう。新庄さんがどれだけ探しても見つけられないあれもそこにあるはずだ。そして尾上セリカはその場所を覚えている。
本当なのか？
The detective grabbed me and pulled me close. I was yanked away from Kunosato.
どこだ？君はどこでそれを？
それは
I almost answered, but managed to stop myself in time. I could hear Kunosato groan. I was close. I wasn't supposed to tell them yet.
尾上さん。
彼女は取引がしたいそうだ。
何？
どういうことですか？
施設の場所を教える代わりにカオスチャイルド症候群の原因究明に協力させろと言っている。
Miyashiro was looking at me with narrowed eyes again.
尾上さんだっけ？一つ聞いてもいいかな？
It was scary when he stared at me. But I worked up my courage and looked back at the killer.
何？
I hate that they keep calling him that. It makes me so sad.
どうして首を突っ込みたがるの？素人の君が協力なんて言ったって何もできないと思うけど。
それは
施設の情報だけ刑事さんに教えてさ、いつも通りの楽しい生活に戻りなよ。
I didn't think a person like him would understand how I felt. He was the kind of person who'd kill his own family. He's not. Stop. But if I didn't say anything, it would feel like I was letting him beat me. So I decided to say what I was thinking. My voice started to fill with emotion until finally I was practically shouting in his face.
友達かもしれない女の子を助けたいってそう思うのがいけないの？まああんたにはそんな気持ちわかんないでしょうけど。
He didn't say anything back. He just listened to me silently. And then when I was done, he smiled a little. What? How can he smile like that?
宮代、このことに関しては決定権をお前にやろう。新庄さんもそれでいいか？
仕方ないな。
ありがとうございます。
I looked at Kunosato and the detective in surprise. They were going to let a murderer decide what to do with me? That didn't make any sense.
ただ尾上の情報がないと前に進めないのも事実だ。あの施設さえ見つかれば画像は完成できる。
分かってます。久野里さん、新庄さん、少しこのことを二人にしてもらえませんか？
What do you mean the image? Hold on. If we can find that facility, we can complete the image. The image? What does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean the image? What is the image? I'm just along for the ride at this point. I'm out. I need to stop. That shocked me even more. All right, music. Why is it the music? Why is the music doing this? Stop it. This is not my brain. Oh, my brain. It hurts. Okay. Just had to get it out of my system. That shocked me even more. No way. Who knew what he'd do?
好きにしろ。
少しの間だけだぞ。
Are you
待ってください。嫌です。
I grabbed Kunosato's lab coat, but she knocked my hand away. And then the detective, of all people, was the first to leave the room. I'm gonna be honest, if, like, I wouldn't even mind a Cool Cat reference here. Like, give me something. If it turns out to be, like, if it's something we can use to get to the bottom of this, I wouldn't even mind if Cool Cat was the true villain all along. Like, if that's the image they need, is that strange magazine. You compile all of Cool Cat's catalog. All he said was an irresponsible, "Don't worry, you'll be fine." Yeah, totally. And then he shut the door and locked it too. I was trapped in here. I was too scared to turn around and face the bed. Whether I'd meant it or not, I had been really mean to him. What if he attacked me? I took a glance over my shoulder. Takeru Miyashiro, was still there.
座っていいかな。長い間立ってると疲れるんだ。
好きにすればいいでしょ。
Miyashiro took a deep breath and sat on the bed. He rubbed his knees as if he was feeling for something. There was no strength in him, and sitting down, he looked even smaller. He didn't look like he was going to attack me. A little relieved, I turned to face him.
別におかしなことはしないよ。さっきの続きを聞きたかっただけ。友達かもしれない女の子を助けたいって言ったよね。
そうよ。だから何？
それが。
Miyashiro stopped rubbing his knees. Then he looked straight at me.
それが今、君のやりたいことなの？
For some reason, when he asked that question, I found that I couldn't speak for a second. I felt something boiling up deep within my heart. But then I answered him clearly.
そうですよ。それが私のやりたいことですけど。
This is actually kind of sweet.
話はそれだけ。
He's like double checking that she has her own aspirations now instead of just being stuck working for what's his face. He just wanted to double check. That's really sweet, actually. For some reason, Miyashiro smiled again. I didn't understand what that smile meant.
そっか。
It means he's happy for you, that you have your own life now. You're not just a shadow of him anymore. I really hope this ends in some way where everybody is happy. I know there's no way, right? There's no way this ends in like a super happy everybody wins, but god damn it, I wish it would. Then he burst out laughing, and I didn't know what to do. He curled his tiny body up into an even tinier ball as he doubled over laughing. He shook as he tried to stop laughing, but he failed, and a hoarse voice leaked out of his throat. I didn't find it funny at all.
何がおかしいの？
いや、ごめん。なんでもないんだ。
This is like genuinely sweet, though.
それで君は友達かもしれない女の子を助けてどうするつもり？
私のことを聞くのよ。私はどんな人間だったのかって、なんで碧峰学園にいたのかって。
そっか。わかった。安心した。僕らに協力してほしい。
Huh? Relieved? What did that mean? This really didn't make any sense at all.
いいの？そんな簡単に OK しちゃって。
ああ、君のやりたいことは絶対に邪魔しない。まあ、あるところに踏み込んでこなければだけどね。
Certain places?
何それ？
こっちの話さ。協力よろしくな。
Miyashiro offered me his hand as he smiled. Did he want me to shake it? No way. I looked away, and he stopped smiling and scratched his head.
ああ、悪い。つい。
He seemed like a normal, awkward boy. It was impossible to believe that he could be a killer.
って何考えてるの？私。
My mind flashed back to those images of the case. The blood everywhere, the expressions of pain, the cruelly tortured bodies. The anger I'd almost forgotten came back.
言っとくけど、どんな理由があっても、人を殺すなんて絶対に許されないから。あんたは最低なことしたんだから。
The person in front of me had killed his own sister, and then said he'd kill himself, but he didn't. Was he scared of dying even after he'd killed other people? Did he care about his own life too much? The people he'd killed had their own lives that they'd cared about too. They'd had friends, lives, and families. The things I was trying so hard to get for myself. Maybe I'd never get them, no matter how hard I tried. And he'd just stolen all of them away from others.
私、あんたみたいなやつ。
This is heartbreaking. I didn't know what effect my words had on him. He just sat on the bed and silently looked up. And suddenly smiled again.
何よ。
And what's more, there were tears in his eyes. His tears were so honest and true that I found myself overwhelmed. They fell to the bed without a sound. How long did we stay like that? I had to remind myself that the person in front of me was a serial killer. If I didn't, I felt like I might forget my anger. I couldn't believe myself.
今さら泣いて後悔したって手遅れよ。
Miyashiro kept crying, but he didn't stop smiling. His face looked like a parent watching a child.
後悔なんてしないよ。僕は自分のしたことに悔いはない。満足してるんだ。
He didn't regret it after all those terrible killings? And he was serious too. He's not talking about the killings. Yeah. It was as if he was crying tears of joy.
この
This is the saddest, sweetest, like, this is tearing my heart apart right now. I didn't want to keep talking to him anymore. I went to the door and called for Kunosato and the detective. They came inside and looked toward Miyashiro without bothering to see if I was okay.
結果は
Miyashiro wiped away the tears as he spoke.
協力してもらうことにしました。
いいのか？
はい。
The two of them looked at his face as if they saw something painful there. Whoops. As he kept crying and laughing.
僕が考えてた普通の女の子とはちょっと違いますけど、彼女がノノを助けたいと思って行動するのなら協力してもらいましょう。
Nono was the first name of Kurusu, the woman in the hospital room, which meant that the two of them were friends?
宮代念のため確認するが
Kunosato's voice was low, so she probably was worried I would hear.
お前はもう以前のお前じゃない力は使えない それは分かっているな。
はい。何度も試しました。もう僕にはディソードも見えません。
Power? The D sword? What was he talking about?
最悪の事態に陥っても力には頼れない。それでもやるんだな。
If things go pear-shaped? Fucking what? I've never heard that. Is that a real expression? I'm Googling that because there's no way that's a real fucking expression that people say. There's no way. There's not a chance. If things go pear, you're shitting me. That's a real thing. That's a real expression people say. What the hell? Are you serious? I've never heard that before in my life. All right. Pear-shaped. Fascinating. All right, I learned a new expression today.
はい。ノノたちのためですから。というか、久野里さんらしくないですね。委員会の情報さえ手に入れば、それで満足じゃないんですか。
Chance child syndrome. Gigglomaniacs. I thought that, but there were too many. There's no way all those students at the school were gigglomaniacs. That's too many. It might be. I definitely had that thought, but like that just it feels like too many. I'm saying that's a good point, actually. That's a good point, but that wouldn't then why what about the teacher? I think wouldn't he also be sick or whatever? They said that he was researching it before he went AWOL. Shrink those powers very maybe. Yeah, there's definitely a connection. If it's not like a direct parallel, there's definitely some kind of connection, at least. True. Miyashiro chuckled, and Kunosato frowned and looked away. Yeah, there's definitely some kind of parallel there. That's possible, yeah. I think we just need more information. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere.
うるさい。自分から力を捨てて戻ってきたやつは初めてなんだ。対応が難しい。
Are you sure? She asked. Miyashiro nodded.
大丈夫です。あんな力、もう必要ありません。
She was still looking away from him. All right, she whispered. Detective Shinjo's mouth went wide and open in shock when he saw that.
なんだ。私の顔に何かついているのか。
いや、久野里さんがそんなに分かりやすく困ってるところを初めて見る。普段からそういう態度でいたらいいのにな。
あ、それいいアイディアですね。久野里さんならできるんじゃないですか。
お前ら、いい加減に。
私もその方がいいと思います。看護師さんに気難しい人って言われてますよ。
なんだと
I hadn't meant to say that. And we're all so glad you did. Kunosato was glaring at me fiercely. After that, she explained to me the rest of the plan. She was still pissed off the whole time. Finding out about Kurusu and the others, all the Chaos Child Syndrome patients, actually, involved far more danger than I had imagined. But I wanted my memories and my past back no matter what. And that was enough to keep me from getting scared and backing out. I listened to Kunosato talk late into the evening and just barely managed to catch the last train home. The second I fell into bed, I felt an exhaustion coming on that I couldn't fight, and I fell asleep without even changing clothes. So much had happened today. I was sure I would never forget it. What about the old me, though? Did she ever have any amazing experiences like this? Or was her life boring and peaceful? There was a white light in front of me. It was so bright and so hot that I thought I might burn myself. The light was shining down on me. It was the same light as before. It was probably the headlights of the car that struck me. This was part of my memories from the accident. It was too bright for me to see the car. There was just the light shining on me. It felt like I'd yelled something important, maybe, and I'd been crying, but I couldn't remember. It was so frustrating to have fragments of memories, but not the whole. The headlights in my dream eventually grew to blot out everything else. And then I woke up. I put my hand to my cheek. It was wet. I had been crying. I rubbed my red eyes as hard as I could and stood up. Maybe I could say goodbye to these dreams today. I looked at the clock, and it had only been 3 hours since I'd gone to sleep. I stayed awake until dawn, thinking and doing research.
案外性に合ってるのかも。
I put together everything I'd researched and used it to think. And when I thought, I found out where I had had questions and researched them some more. For some strange reason, when I was working, I didn't feel sleepy. I honestly thought about getting a job at Momose's company someday.
それとも以前の私って調査オタク？そんなの聞いたことないけど。
Today was Sunday. A normal girl might be getting ready to go shopping with her friends, but I was different. Just like Kunosato had told me 2 days ago, I was about to...
よし、行きますか。
It was a little early still, but I quickly got ready and left. Chaos Child Syndrome is a treatable illness. It is not dangerous, and it is not communicable. Harassment of patients is a violation of their human rights and is forbidden by law. Let us strive for an equal society free from discrimination. I looked up at the board. It was still displaying the message from yesterday. I stood a little way from the station entrance and watched the people go by. I quickly found the group I was looking for.
お買い物かな。
There was a group of Chaos Child Syndrome patients walking through the crowd. They were all old women, no, young girls. They were crossing the street, laughing and talking wearing the same clothes that young people wore. I had no idea what their real age was, but from the way they were talking, they might have been middle school girls. They might have been part of a Hekiho Academy's middle school. The people around them were ignoring them, probably because they'd seen them a million times before. But a couple of foreigners were staring at them in shock. They even took their phones out and started taking pictures. But the girls showed no signs of noticing and continued their conversation.
やっぱり本当だったんだ。
I remembered what Miyashiro had told me the other day.
本当に気がつかないんだ。というより、認識できないと言った方がいいかもしれない。
He was telling me about the strange symptoms of Chaos Child Syndrome.
僕から見れば、碧峰学園に通っている生徒たちは、皆普通の中学生や高校生だった。見ているだけじゃなく、 触れることもあったけど、その肌が老人のものだとは思えなかった。
でも世間でいろいろ言われるでしょ。
それも全く。僕たちはカオスチャイルド症候群を地震による PTSD だって理解してた。
So this really is just like how it always was, and we just didn't know.
PTSD?
What did that mean again? I felt like I'd heard it before.
心的外傷後ストレス性障害。要は地震の記憶がフラッシュバックしてきて吐き気を覚えたりうつ状態になったりすることだ。宮代たちは自分たちの症状をそういうものだと勘違いさせられていた。
でも実際は全然違ってた。症候群に関するニュースは映像でも音声でも画像でも何度も見ていたはずなのに。それに事件の被害者が全員カオスチャイルド症候群だったっていうことも僕はこの前初めて知ったんだ。
Next thing I knew, the Chaos Child girls had vanished to the other side of the street. I'm not sure if that's why Kunosato, I think, because again, I'm not 100% sure if it's specifically, she specifically hates Gigglomaniacs, and again, I'm not sure if it's like a one-to-one crossover there. They're like, I think there's still a little bit that I'm not 100% sure about. But yeah, that is crazy, like, this whole time. And it, it's bananas. They were walking around and living normal lives, just like other people. They could talk to people and look on TV and the internet. But anything about their real appearance, anything that would tell them they actually had the bodies of very old people, they wouldn't see or hear. It was kind of like they were living in their own wonderful dream. That's how it felt to me. The day after I'd heard what Miyashiro had to say, I borrowed Aoi's phone again and done my own research on Chaos Child Syndrome. When I looked at what I saw online in light of what he'd told me, I realized how many people had no idea what they were talking about. It was like they just accepted the superficial things they were told and didn't even try to find the truth. They were shutting their eyes and ears to what they didn't want to hear. I also learned that people like that were called wrong-siders. They were on the wrong side of the information divide.
それとクルスノノさん。
I'd also learned something important about Nono Kurusu, the girl who might have been my friend. It might have been the clue I needed to learn about my past.
そろそろかな。
I looked at the clock, and it was almost time. I headed into the crowd in the direction the little girls had gone, and started walking to my destination. I could see the inside of the academy from a distance. There was no one there, not even the guard from the other day. None of the people who thought they were students at the school were there. Detective Shinjo and Kunosato's plan was working so far. I called up an image in my mind. It was the man I'd seen on Kunosato's computer. His name was... Shuichi Wakui.
やっぱりそうだ。
Sometimes, in the fragments of my memories, I would see him in a special place. It wasn't a classroom or the club room. It was a mysterious place surrounded by machinery. He was standing there and telling me something. Before the accident, I was meeting with him in private in a secret place in this school.
で、どこだ？
I turned around and found Kunosato standing behind me. When did she get here? Could she at least say hello?
この学園のどこにある？
She's incapable of manners.
刑事さんとあいつは？
さっき裏門から学園へ入った。 手を回して学園内は無人にしてある。中へ入ってしまえばもう大丈夫だろう。私たちも行こう。
Kunasato started walking. She stood up tall like always and walked right into the school. I followed behind her, bent over and trying to be sneaky. When I told them 2 days ago about the vision I'd had, when I told them about the place I'd gone where I'd been meeting Wakui, all three of them had gone pale. It was in that room. It was a place in Hekio Academy that wasn't a classroom or a clubroom, where the sun never shone. It was filled with machines I'd never seen before. The man named Wakui was standing there and telling me something. When I told them that, Kunasato had put her hand to her forehead and yanked at her hair in frustration. She had already thoroughly searched Hekio Academy. I guess I didn't search it thoroughly enough, she'd said, frustrated. Of course, we had to go search the school again. The question was what to do with Miyashiro. I didn't think he needed to come with us, but evidently he had to go wherever the device was that I'd seen in my vision. Kunasato and Shinjo had been searching for that device the whole time, they said.
で、その場所はどこにあるんだ?
Kunasato asked again as she walked ahead of me. I followed behind her and tried to summon the vision in my head, but I couldn't be sure.
どこって言われても、学園の中を歩いてみないと。その場所を見つけたら言います。
あまり悠長にはしていられないぞ。学園内を無人にしておける時間もそれほど長くないからな。
分かってます。
We walked inside the school building. When we got inside, the two of them were standing in a corner. Takuri Miyashiro was really outside. He wasn't wearing handcuffs or anything else.
すいません、刑事さん。この間も思ったんですけど、二人ともこの人を信用しすぎなんじゃないですか？連続殺人事件の犯人なんですよ。もうちょっとしっかりというか。
Suddenly, I felt like an idiot. I was just a teenage girl. Why would a detective take advice from me?
宮代君なら大丈夫だ。心配しなくていい。
そんなことより、さっさと探せ。
Stop that. Computer. Forget it. Wasn't it really important? I really didn't understand what was going on.
わかりました。行きますよ。
I looked down the hallway from the entrance as I spoke. I remembered the vision again. That was, yeah, it was a very dark spot.
日の当たらない校舎か、それとも地下かな。
I kind of, yeah, I love that they're not making any excuses of like, oh no, yeah, they're just like, nah, he's fine. Oh, it's just Miyashiro, it's fine, don't worry about it. Yeah, it is pretty great. I started walking, relying only on my hazy memories. I'd start by checking all the hallways, something might ring a bell. The others followed after me, staring intently at the surroundings. I was paying close attention too, to see if I remembered anything.
そうだ。
I turned back to face Kunasato as I walked.
クルスノノさんについて聞きたいことがあるんですけど。
今お前がするべきことはそれか？
She was glaring at me incredibly fiercely, but it was something I needed to know, and I didn't back down.
クルスさん、怪我をしてましたよね。 胸のところ。
ん？ああ、確かに。
Alright, I got bathroom break. One moment. Alright, I've returned it. The detective answered instead of Kunosado. I glanced at Miyashiro before I spoke again.
ネットで見たんですけど、それって例の事件に巻き込まれたせいだって本当ですか？
Oh, nice. Hooray for no lag. For some reason, all three of them fell silent. Miyashiro was the one responsible for the so-called return of the new generation madness. In the end, he hadn't killed himself like he'd said he was going to. It was said he'd chickened out and he'd surrendered. There were a lot of different rumors about why he'd said he was going to kill himself in public. The most popular one was that he'd failed to recreate the new generation madness. The last new generation madness 6 years ago had been composed of 7 murders, but this time there had only been 6. There was supposed to be another on November 4th, but it had failed, and it was Nono Kurusu who's supposed to be the target. She was Miyashiro's stepsister. It didn't make the news, but on November 4th, Kurusu had been attacked by someone and had been put into a coma. She'd been found in time to save her life, but just like I'd seen in the hospital room, she was still asleep. And of course, the one who was thought to have attacked her was...
どうなの？宮代。
I glared at him, but he didn't answer. He just looked back at me, and for some reason, his eyes were sad. I just couldn't understand what this murderer was thinking. Stop calling him that! So I'd started telling him what I learned.
同じ施設だったのよね。妹さんに続いてお姉さんまで手にかけようとしたの。クルスさんと同じ新聞部にいたみたいね。アップされてた動画に名前が残っていたもの。
I wasn't sure if I should ask what I really wanted to know. I should have realized yesterday. When Miyashiro had called Kurusu Nono, her first name, Kurusu and Miyashiro were close, which meant that since I was Kurusu's friend, he knew me too.
あんた、私を知ってるの？
知らない。
There was no hesitation in his voice. It was clearer and louder than I'd ever heard him before. What's up? I think if this is based on like if this takes place like after the first ending, it was implied that she died in that ending, but I guess maybe she didn't, and he only thought she did at first, and then later learned that she survived. But yeah, he did like right as at that point. I think he called her no. At right after he thought she died, so maybe she didn't die, because this seems like it's taking place like right after the first ending, right? First ending happened the way it originally happened, and then he did his super thing, and then turned her normal, and now we're here. That's how it seemed, and then I think it was like. Yeah, and so if that's the case, he did like right as he was like holding her as she was fading, he called her no and then started calling her that again, which made me sad because I thought she was already dead, and I was like, oh, but she didn't hear you, no. But I mean, it's still sad because she still didn't hear him because if she was in a coma, but that sucks. Yeah. Yeah, they showed a bunch of different, like, in her dreams, there was the scene from the Senri ending where they were at her grave, which again, that's bizarre because that really doesn't match. Like, that can't have happened in this sequence of events. So she's seeing like not just memories of this timeline, but alternate timelines, which is weird. and I'm really hoping they explain that. Like, that would, because that's kind of my big question is like, why is she having these dreams about events that didn't happen in this sequence of events? Yeah, the other endings. Like, she had the thing of him and Senri in front of the grave, and then I think there was something else. But yeah, it's very it's still pretty we've gotten a couple more answers, but still a lot more questions than answers. It was just the Senri ending? Okay. I'm trying to think what the other endings were. The Kazuki ending was, yeah, I guess she didn't really play a big part in the Kazuki ending, honestly. Yeah. Okay. That's still weird. Still interesting. I'm trying to think. The Kazuki ending, she didn't really have much to do with that, aside from chiming in at the end like tee hee hee. And then Arimura's ending, she also didn't really have that much to do with it. Oh, yeah, something's not right. All right, we gotta keep going. Answers will surely show up eventually. Yeah, Wakui's definitely, I can't believe he's such a big part of this. When he first showed up, I was like, he is such a minor character. He is not. He is now like the central figure. He's like a central antagonist. That's crazy. Okay. We'll keep going.
そんなはずないわ。私とクルスさんが一緒に写ってる写真があるんだから。
知らない。 僕とノノは仲が悪かった。ノノの友達関係なんて把握してない。
Yeah, I think Dad's dead.
その写真、新聞部の部室で撮られたものよ。部長だったあなたが知らないわけないでしょ。
知らない。
おい、そういう話は後にしろ。急げ。
Unosato suddenly pushed me hard from behind. It was as if she was trying to cut me off for Miyashiro's sake. Also, the lighting was incredible. Both Miyashiro and the detective started walking faster too. It's like they decided in advance that this is how they would respond to that question.
何なの？
This didn't make sense. It felt like Momose and Kunosato were hiding something about my past. And then there was the way Detective Shinjo acted when he first saw me. And more than anything, there was the way that Miyashiro had cried when he'd seen me. I could hear myself grinding my teeth. I balled my hands into fists. This was incredibly frustrating. I had so many big hints, and I knew everyone was trying to hide something, but I couldn't remember what it was.
そっちはダメだ。
Miyashiro suddenly spoke in a sharp tone. We all stopped. The sign said that the annex was up ahead. This was where I'd found the newspaper club room.
何？
そっちは最後だ。他の可能性を全て潰してからだ。
何なのあんた。別にどこからでもいいでしょ。それに新聞部に行けば何かヒントが。
お前はノノを助けにここに来てるんだろ。新聞部の周りに怪しい部屋なんてなかった。これは間違いない。
Miyashiro turned around without waiting for my answer.
あんたちょっと。待って。
Suddenly saw a clear vision in my head and yelled. That was...
どうした？
My legs started moving on their own. Memories became clearer along with the vision. The view of the courtyard from the window, trees and plants. The scene in the window connected with my memories. That's right, whenever I talked with Wakui in that strange room, I always went through this hallway, probably. After going through this hallway, what did I do?
おい、思い出したのか？
ちょっと静かにしてください。気が散ります。
I started to walk, following the hazy trail in my memories. I mean, yeah, he was the club advisor for the newspaper club, so like, that would be the first place I would look, is around there. I started to walk, following the hazy trail in my memories. And I ended up outside the annex. This was the first floor of the annex. I stood in front of the building's wall. What was I going to do with the wall? I wasn't sure why, but I did what the memories told me to, and I put my hand on the wall.
No.
Secret doorway. I could hear Miyashiro and the detective gasp. Huh? I didn't believe what I was seeing either. My hand had gone through the wall. Oh. My hand went straight into the school building, as if there was nothing there. I could see the wall, but it didn't exist. I couldn't feel anything up against my hand.
そこか。
Hologram wall.
何これ。
My mind was shocked and confused, but my body remembered this feeling. I pushed forward and deeper into the wall. The next thing I knew, I was in up to my shoulder without resistance. It looked like something out of a cartoon. Suddenly, I came back to my senses and leaped back. I fell backward onto my butt. When I looked up, the wall was still in front of me. It was impossible to believe that my hand had just gone through it.
どういうこと？
Fake wall. It was my own memories that had brought me here, but I was still stunned.
思った通りだ。妄想シンクロを使って隠してあったな。道理で見つからないわけだ。
Kunisado went up and put her hand against the wall. Bullshit! Oh, it's just like I thought. Bullshit. Disappeared just like mine had.
実際に見せられるとまるで魔法だな。信じられない。
実際にはただの錯覚だがな。
そうですね。中は見えますか？
俺が確かめよ
The detective poked his head in. It disappeared into the wall without any resistance. Yeah.
う。暗くてよく見えないが、多分階段だ。地下へ続いてる。
新聞部の真下だったってことですか？
バカにされているようだな。まったく。
The detective took something out of his pocket. It was a small flashlight.
5分経って俺が戻らないようなら逃げろ。
He tossed something at Kunisado, who grabbed it. It looked like a car key.
宮代くんの姿だけは誰にも見せるな。あと、アクセルは右だからな。
待て。
Yeah. The accelerator's on the right.
銃をすぐ使えるようにしていけ。威嚇射撃なんてするな。見つけたら構わず撃て。
おいおい、ここはあんたの国じゃないんだからな。
The detective took out his gun and put it in his other hand. It was the first time I'd ever seen one, and I felt a shiver run down my back. I was forced to realize once more that this wasn't a game.
気をつけて。
ああ。
She spent a lot of time abroad in America studying neuroscience. I think it was neuroscience. The detective put his hand up against the wall without any hesitation, and then went inside.
宮代、そっちを見張っていろ。
はい。
The two of them ignored my shock as they stood back to back and watched their surroundings. Yeah. That sounds familiar, right? They didn't seem surprised. In fact, this seemed like a normal, everyday occurrence for them. I forced myself to calm down and stand up and wipe the mud off my clothes. I had goosebumps.
説明してください。何ですかこれ？
Neither of them looked at me. They just kept watching.
皆さんは何をしようとしてるんですか？
カオスチャイルド症候群の治療のヒントを得るために涌井の研究室にあるデータが必要だ。そう言っただろう。
I knew that. They told me 2 days ago.
そうじゃなくて、その
I couldn't find the words. Too much had happened and I wasn't sure what to ask. With nothing else to do, I stood guard as well. Data in walking. It was frustrating, just sitting there and waiting for time to pass. I thought it'd surely been 5 minutes, but it had been less than 1. As I kept looking at the time...
無事か？はあ。ああ、わかった。
Kunisado hung up and turned toward me.
クリアだ。ついてこい。
Then, just as soon as the words were out of her mouth, she vanished into the wall. What was I supposed to do? I didn't know what was going on, and I was scared.
君はここまででいい。 急いで学園の外へ出ろ。
Dude, fuck that. Miyashiro turned back to me and spoke.
のんのたちは僕が絶対に回復させる。案内ありがとう。それじゃあ、さよなら。
Bullshit, that was literally not part of the deal. Miyashiro smiled and disappeared beyond the wall. When I heard his words, I felt a pain, like someone was squeezing my chest.
どうしたんだろう私。
I couldn't run away. I just stood in front of the wall, feeling like I'd lost something important. I knew this feeling from somewhere. I wasn't sure where. I'd forgotten something important. What was this feeling? Go! Slapped my hands against my cheeks as hard as I could. I know it's the sound of her slapping her cheeks, but it does not sound like that. And every time they play that sound, I have to withhold my giggles. The old me would have gone beyond the wall. I knew that much. There was nothing to be afraid of. It was much more important that I remember. I put my hands up against the wall to make sure that there was nothing there one more time, and then plunged in. It's a funny noise, alright? It does not sound like she's doing this. It sounds like something else. And I am a child. The moans, dude, those are some of the best moments. Ridiculous. I went down the long, narrow staircase, holding my hand against the wall. It was dim, but not completely dark. There was a tiny bit of light leaking up from below. Each time I took a step, the memories became more clear. There was no mistaking it. I had been here before. It wasn't deja vu.
前の私って一体何だったの？
I'd been a student here at Hekiho, even though I didn't have Chaos Child Syndrome. Maybe I was a scientist like Kunosato? And that's why I was talking to Wakui down here. No, that didn't seem right. There was no way a normal girl like me could be a scientist. A weird smile appeared on my face as I started to think about different ideas. Each time the lid almost came off of my memories, I started to feel terrible, and I smiled to take my mind off of it. Don't go down there. You can't go down there. I could feel someone whispering that, deep within my heart, but my legs wouldn't go back. What if the old me was a totally different person? What if knowing about her changed me? Even if it did, I still wanted to know about the real me. And then I finally reached the bottom of the stairs. Screens. Many screens. Row after row of TV monitors filled the space. I knew this sight. I'd seen it in the visions. Were the visions of this room? Yashiro looked angry at me for not listening to his warning. It's the, this is like, I think it's the same type of room, monitor room, as like the one they saw at the basement of the hospital. I think it was like chapter 5. Miyashiro looked angry at me for not listening to his warning. But he didn't say anything.
どうだ?
黙ってろ。気が散る。
Kunosato sat down in front of the computer and began typing at an incredible speed. She seemed to be doing a detailed check on the data. Oh, I see.
よし、いける。データが揃ってるぞ。
Cool.
本当ですか?
Codex Notes Dash. Did he have, I mean, I think he had a handful of screens in his like little man cave, his little hacker cave, right? Maybe. Kunosato actually smiled for once.
急いで始めるぞ。
はい。
新庄さんは表で監視を頼む。何かあったらすぐに知らせてくれ。
AI guy. Oh yeah, the server room. It has been so long since I think I forgot like half of that game. Yeah, what was his name? I can picture him. He's got the big ass ponytail. I cannot remember his name. Oh, it's gonna drive me nuts. Damn it.
あ、データのバックアップを取っておけよ。
Oh my god, his name was literally like the name of those files. The scavenger hunt in Elite. What was the something report? Kimijima. Kimijima? I think it was Kimijima. Whatever, I'm over it. Oh, it's way too soon for that. Someday. Possibly. Maybe. I don't know. It's been... Yeah, I think it was Kimijima. Yeah. Oh, that was gonna... I'm so glad I remember that. That was gonna drive me insane.
誰に言ってる?
Anyways, Chaos Child. Shinjo smiled back and ran up the stairs.
宮代、中へ入れ。装置に座ったらすぐに注射を。
I don't know all the streams. I think I have. Oh, right. I think there's like a handful of Robotics Notes Elite streams that I think I started at like chapter 2 or something like that. Yeah, I forgot I didn't get the full game on that one just because I hadn't started streaming yet. Or I hadn't been recording is what happened. I forgot to like hit the record button. Anyways. Injections. This escalated quickly.
はい。
注射の仕方はもう大丈夫だな。
はい、さすがに。病院で何度も怒られましたから。
何度教えてもお前が覚えないからだ。
Yeah, this game. Miyashiro ran off into the next room, looking a little excited.
何か見つかったんですか?
Kunosato had started typing again.
ああ、予測していた通り、装置と必要なデータがあったんだ。これでカオスチャイルド症候群を治療できるかもしれない。
Her voice lilted slightly. I'd never seen her so happy.
それじゃあ、
I don't think I've ever seen her happy.
おそらくな。
I couldn't help but sigh in relief.
どうやって治療するんですか? 必要なデータって?
画像だ。
Huh?
画像って写真とか絵とかそういう画像ですか?
They're trying to rebuild an image. Is it the sumo sticker? Are they? You could cure the disease with a picture? That didn't make any sense. Like that's the only image I can think of that's been relevant in this entire game is the 11th Rorschach. From the way Kunosato was acting, it must be.
そもそもカオスチャイルド症候群って原因は何なんですか? しかもどうして症候群の人の中でクルスさんたちだけが昏睡状態になっているんです?
That was something I'd been wondering for a while. The town was filled with Chaos Child Syndrome patients wandering around. Kunosato stopped typing and hesitated for a moment. Then she looked at me and whispered, I guess it's all right.
お前、クルスたち以外の症候群者を見たことはあるな。
I nodded. I'd just seen some at that crossing, and I'd seen a whole class of them here at Hekiho.
どう感じた？
どうって言われても。
They were probably actually middle school age. It seemed like they had no idea that anything was wrong. The ones in the classroom had looked straight at me.
なんていうか、自分たちに都合のいい夢の中で生きてるみたいっていうか。
ほう、確信をついてるじゃないか。
Funosato smiled, a teacher whose student just got a good grade. What? I think it's like a student who just... Like a teacher whose student just got a good grade and went back to typing at the keyboard. She seemed to find the data she was looking for because she nodded in satisfaction.
カントの右手と左手の話にウィトゲンシュタインが反論した話は知っているか？
That's a lot of words you just threw in my face. From the names, maybe they were important scientists or something? I doubted any high school girl had actually heard of them.
頭と尻が逆になっている2本のマッチ棒は回転させて重ねれば同一のものだが一次元人はそれに気づかない。
Two matches. Huh.
背中合わせになっている2つの直角三角形はつまみ上げて重ねれば同一のものだが二次元人はそれに気づかない。
Huh.
いずれもその次元の人間に認識できないからだ。自分たちの世界に回転やつまみ上げるといった行為や概念が存在すること自体知覚できないからだ。
はあ。
I didn't get what she was saying at all.
違う次元にいる者たちはそれぞれ自分たちだけにしか理解できない世界にいる。お前が言った通り都合のいい夢の中、つまり妄想の中にいるんだ。
I feel the same way I felt near the end of Virtue's Last Reward. Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward. That game fucked me up. And I'm feeling it. I feel like this is giving me a similar vibe of like something is about to be revealed that is going to hurt my brain.
研究者の間では妄想シンクロと呼ばれている現象でな。宮代も言っていただろう。あいつらは妄想で視覚や聴覚、触覚さえも作り上げている。
つまりこの学園の生徒たちは全員で同じようなすっごいリアルな幻覚を見てるってことですか？
Starting from here. The music, I guess, kinda too, like, is giving me the VLR vibes. Yeah. Yes. Was that really possible? Funosato seemed to sense my disbelief. Her expression was completely serious.
正確には脳波を介して全員が妄想を共有しているんだ。 だから妄想シンクロと呼ばれる。この施設の入り口もその仕組みを使って閉ざされていた。私たちはそこに壁があるという妄想を共有させられていたせいで、ここを見つけることも入ることもできなかった。だがお前によって実際にそれは壁ではないことが示されてしまった。私たちの間にあった妄想の共有は破られ、そのせいで壁は用をなさなくなった。
なるほど。
I didn't understand still, but I decided to pretend that I did.
そしてそれと同じようにカオスチャイルド症候群者たちが全員抱いている妄想シンクロから脱し、それを壊せる奴が現れたんだ。
それが宮代？
ああ、あいつが症候群から帰還したことでこの渋谷全体で共有されていた妄想の輪が崩れた。症候群者の中から他の症候群者の妄想とシンクロしないやつが出てしまったんだからな。さっきの例で例えるなら、この学園の生徒全体で壁にぶつかるパントマイムをしているというのに、宮代がその壁を平気で素通りし、一気に世界をぶち壊しにするようなものだ。あるいは映画の世界の住人に向かって宮代がカットと叫ぶと考えてもいい。
I remembered my hand going through the wall. It was like a bad dream or a bad joke.
クルスたちの脳は宮代のおかげで妄想の共有から解放されたが、現実とのギャップに耐えきれず昏睡状態に陥った。
Interesting.
実際昏睡状態に陥ったのはいずれも宮代と距離が近かった連中だった。
It's mimes. I remembered the people in the hospital room. There was Kurusu, and then Arimura, Kazuki, and Yamazoe, right?
もちろん昏睡自体は危険で楽観視できないが、それは症候群から脱却するためにあいつらの脳が妄想と現実との間で戦っている証拠だ。むしろ必要な過程と言える。だから私たちは他の連中、そうと知らずに妄想シンクロに溺れている奴らからもその妄想を奪い取る。
Kunosato grinned wickedly.
そうすればあいつらはいずれ現実に帰還するだろう。宮代と同じように。宮代、薬は注射したか？
Kunosato started talking into some kind of microphone, and I could hear Miyashiro's voice from the speaker next to it.
脳波のデータを取り始めるぞ。いいな。
はい、お願いします。
He sounded kind of out of it. What was he doing in the next room?
宮代はどうして症候群から帰還できたんですか？
さあな、知りたきゃ本人に聞けと。そうだな、それがちょうどいい話題になるか。宮代の横で喋りかけていてくれないか。データを取りやすくするために鎮静剤を打っているが、かといって眠ってもらっては困る。新庄さんがいれば頼むところだが、今はお前しかいないからな。まあ薬の効果はすぐに切れてくる。それほど長い時間じゃない。
Yeah, I don't like the fact that Wakui's he's just gone. Oh, where did he go? He's gonna show up at the worst possible moment. Kunosato saw my hesitation and motioned for me to get going. I had no choice but to head into the next room.
悪いな。
I heard her speak, but it didn't answer. That was not a word I ever expect to hear from Kunosato. I could tell she wasn't talking to me. The second I came inside, I was sure. He's just sitting outside the wall, just vibing, just being like, checking his watch. Not yet. This was the room. There was no doubt about it. This was where I would talk to Wakui in the visions. It was a cold, white room. A hospital room? Or maybe an operating room? There was a device in the middle of the room, like something you'd see in a science fiction movie. That's a deeply upsetting mental image. Miyashiro was lying back on a seat in the middle of the device. It looked like something out of a spaceship cockpit. He wasn't asleep, but the drugs made him look really tired.
別に。
I told him I'd come to keep him from falling asleep and pulled up a chair and sat down.
何なのその機械。それで何するの？
久野里さんから聞いてない。
よくわからなかった。
All I got was that she was going to take Miyashiro's brainwaves, and that she'd use them to do something about Chaos Child Syndrome. Yeah.
まあ、あの人の話は難しいからね。情弱は利用するか、置いてけぼりにする人だから。
私が情報弱者なのは思い出せないから。肝心なことはあんたたちが話さないからでしょ。
Miyashiro looked at me in surprise.
情弱って言葉知ってるんだ。
バカにしないで。
Well, I'd only learned it a bit ago. Suddenly, the machine started to give off a low moan, and I almost jumped.
大丈夫。脳波のスキャンが始まった音だ。
Miyashiro looked up at the rings spinning around his head as he talked.
これで僕の脳波を取って、それを元に画像を起こすんだよ。
久野里さんも言ってた。何なのそれ。
I couldn't have him falling asleep, so I prodded him for an answer.
僕と症候群者の違いは脳波のパターンにあるらしいんだ。そしてそれが僕の帰還できた理由。症候群者だけが見ると気分が悪くなってしまう特殊な画像があってね。どうやら症候群者は視覚から得る情報に敏感みたいなんだ。まあ普通の人でも8割以上の情報は視覚に頼ってるんだけどね。久野里さんや僕はそこからヒントを得た。症候群の人が見れば僕と同じ脳波を出す。そんな画像を作ればいいんじゃないかってね。
Huh. So it's like an anti-sumo sticker? Like a...
その画像を使えば全ての症候群者の脳波を僕と同じように変えられる。それで全員が現実に帰還するはずなんだ。
His voice was getting softer. I needed to keep him talking about something. It didn't matter what.
そんなこと本当にできるの？どんな画像なの？
できるさ。ここにはそのためのデータもソフトも揃ってる。だからずっと探してたんだ。多分見る人によって何に見えるか違う左右対称の画像だと思うけど、どんなものかは実際に見てのお楽しみってところかな。
Sticker.
あんたがその特別な脳波を持ってるなら、なんであんたは症候群者になっちゃったの？お かしいじゃない。
最初はそんなの持ってなかった。症候群にかかった後でそれを持つようになった。
それってどうして？
それはカオスチャイルド症候群になった人たちは渋谷地震の時地獄のような光景を体験してみんな嘘だと思ったんだ。こんなもの現実であるはずがない。自分がここにいるなんて何かの間違いだってね。それがあの白い光と反応して。
白い光？
その中でも特に強いショックとストレスを抱えていた人たちが能力者になったんだ。妄想に逃げ込むだけじゃ足りなくて辛い現実そのものをねじ曲げようとしたんだね。そのために能力を手に入れた。
Interesting. So the Chaos Child Syndrome patients were so it's not all of them, but yeah, they interesting. We did not put money on this. Powers? Wait, what was he talking about?
しかも僕はそんな能力者の中でも一番の臆病者だった。現実が辛くて辛くてそれでずっと僕の隣にいた。
Oh, you're telling her too much. Yeah, so the normal Child Syndrome patients were just traumatized enough to where they receded into their own minds and became zombies, basically. And then some of them were even further traumatized and gained gigglomaniac powers. And then he became even more powerful. He was like the ultimate traumatizedness. That's not a word. Anyways. Oh, you said too much, my guy. Suddenly, Miyashiro leaped up from his seat. He had a terrible look on his face. I can see that happening. There will be no real money bets here. He seemed to be astonished at what he'd almost said.
ごめん。なんでもない。
He whispered and sank back down in his seat.
びっくりさせないでよ。
悪かった。
Just like Kunosato had said, the medicine was already starting to wear off. I picked up the chair that I'd knocked away and sat down, this time a little further away. He didn't seem dangerous, but just in case.
それで
I bet 3 silver upas.
続きずっと隣にいたって誰？
I could feel a sudden tension emanating from him as he stared at the ceiling. He pressed his lips together in thought. There was a silence for a while, one that threatened to burst if I pressed him for an answer. But then I heard him speak softly.
親友だよ。
He was still staring at the ceiling.
親友なんていたんだね。あんなひどい殺人を犯すようなあんたにも。
うん。最後はそいつのおかげで思い知らされた。作られた現実なんて いつか壊れてしまうものだって。けどそのおかげなんだ。僕が自分を包み込んでいた妄想から脱出できたのは、他の症候群の人たちにはそうと気づかせてくれる友達がいないんだと思う。
Wait a second, I thought. What gave him the right to say that? The people you killed probably had close friends too. I almost said that, but for some reason I stopped. Theory. What's theory? Tell me. Lay it on me. Well, that's not good. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Interesting. So that's a good point. So yeah, if that version of reality was a shared version of reality amongst Chaos Child Syndrome patients, maybe there are different versions of that reality sort of playing sort of all at once, something like that. And now that we're back in reality, she's getting like flashes of the different versions. I think there's something to that. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Well, yeah, because I knew some of them, especially Arimura's ending, where he died and then he was basically narrating over events that happened after he died, and that was one that really struck me as odd. But I guess that does kind of make more sense with this context, if he's like remembering that something. Yeah, I think. All right. There's definitely something to that. My controller is now plugged in. Miyashiro's face, his eyes, they looked so sad.
Miyashiro, データの取り出しは終わった。書き出しが残っているが、おそらく成功だ。
Maybe.
本当ですか。
もう鎮静剤の効果は薄れてきているはずだ。立ち上がっても大丈夫だぞ。
はい。
Miyashiro stood up from the seat. There was a smile on his face.
待って。
I called out to him as he went to leave the room. There was something else I desperately needed to know.
あんたの親友って同じように症候群者だったの？今何をしてるの？
Miyashiro slowly turned to look at me.
いや、普通の人だった。もう亡くなったよ。彼女はこの世界のどこにもいない。
これが？
I waited about I waited about a half hour before Kunasato pulled an image up on the screen. Just like Miyashiro said, it was symmetrical. Different people might see it differently, but I couldn't imagine anybody would describe it as anything but elaborate scribbles.
こんなもので症候群を治すことができるんですか？
できるかどうかやってみればわかることだ。
問題はその手段ですね。
ああ、佐久間のように症候群者の研究を続けようとしているグループが残っているからな。
このまま画像を流そうとしても邪魔されますね、多分。
妨害をかいくぐって、なるべく多くの人間に同時にこれを見せないといけないか。偽装が必要だな。
Funasato sank back into her chair, and she started to type again at an unbelievable speed.
同時に見せるって症候群の人たちに？
Yeah, Miyashiro nodded.
もちろん全員は無理だろうけど、可能な限り多くの人に見てもらう必要があるんだ。
どうして？
そうしないと残った症候群者の妄想シンクロに引きずられて元に戻ってしまう恐れがあるんだよ。自分たちは普通の人と何も変わらないっていう妄想にね。
I remembered my conversation with Kunasato. It said that they were having a dream that showed them what they wanted to see.
急ごしらえだが、これでいいだろう。
I could see a strange image that looked like white noise on the screen. I kept staring at it, but I couldn't see the image from before. I'm also trying to see it. Like I can see certain parts that are kind of darker. Is it one of those things where if you stare at it for long enough? I don't see it.
これは
Miyashiro seemed to be as confused as I was. Kunasato took something out of her pocket and pointed at the monitor. It made a cute noise. A digital camera?
こんなものか。ま、使えるだろう。
She checked the LCD screen on the back and proffered it to me. She looked slightly dissatisfied. The screen showed... Oh, they're like two horses, like, holding hands. That's what I see. It's the beauty of Rorschach tests. You see whatever you see. I see two horses holding hands. That's what I see. The LCD screen on the camera showed a slightly distorted version of the same image I'd seen before. 21 chill minutes that Waku's either about to show up or about to interfere with somehow. Almost certainly. He is waiting for his two hot dogs holding hands. How? It was just a picture of white noise.
そうか。シャッタースピード。
ああ。ノイズの中にフレーム単位で画像を混ぜた。シャッターの速度を1秒に設定するとこう映る。これなら目では認識できないが意識には届くだろう。案外使い勝手がいいかもしれないな。
That's really clever.
ですね。例の映像を見逃す症候群者がいても別の映像に簡単に仕込めますし、久野里さん映像編集もできるんですね。
私が何のページを管理していると思ってるんだ。
I think I'll also accept robotics notes references, and when I'm finished with this, we'll include chaos references too. Only science adventure references from here on out. That is our currency. That's right. Miyashiro smiled.
例の映像って？
That is really clever.
こいつの犯行声明だ。
は？
His confession?
時間を予告し、本物だと信じさせる証拠をアップし、その上で犯行声明を予告通りにネット配信する。映像の前後や途中にこのノイズを仕込んだ上でな。少なくとも碧峰学園に所属している将校軍舎は食いつくだろう。それ以外の施設に所属している者や保護者が自宅で療養させている者も。
Kunosato looked at him mischievously.
あれだけの事件を起こした犯人の新たな犯行声明だ。大半は飛びつくだろう。
ですね。
One day I'll actually bring myself to fill out some kind of actual like details page on my thing. Miyashiro smiled back. Oh, so that was it. I finally realized.
もしかしてそれがあんたの目的なの？その新しい犯行声明とかっていうのを世に出したいから久野里さんに協力してるってこと？世間の人たちは逮捕されたあんたが警察で惨めな思いをしてるとは思ってるでしょ？でも実際のあんたは平気な顔で外を歩き回ってる。みんなに向かって自分はお前らが思ってるような惨めな暮らしはしてないぞ、ざまあ見ろってアピールしたい。違う？
He was a horrible killer. I had to be right. I put as much rudeness and sarcasm as I could muster into my words. Miyashiro laughed tiredly.
いくらなんでもそんなに意地は悪くないから。
いや、そうでもないぞ。以前の宮代ならやりかね。
久野里さんに言われたくないです。大体。
But just before he could finish his sentence.
なあ、人のも
Here
のを
we
取ってはい
fucking
けま
go.
せんって習わなかったのかい？
Here we fucking go. There was suddenly a voice behind us. Miyashiro tensed in the direction of the voice. Kunosato stood up and glared. I was the only one who was too off guard to react. I turned my head back to over my shoulder. What are they gonna do? He has a D-sword, or does that not apply in actual reality? I don't know what the rules are anymore. There was a man standing there. He's gonna murder you. I'd seen him before.
なんで？
僕は碧峰学園の教師だよ。いて当然じゃないか。と、ストップだ、久野里くん。
Kunosato froze, her hand in her pocket.
上の彼に連絡しても無駄だよ。もうここには入れないし、出られない。君たちの意識をそう変えた。
There was more tension on Kunosato and Miyashiro's faces than I'd ever seen. The man laughed a little as he saw it, and then I realized that this was the man in my visions, and the man in the photo Kunosato had shown me, Shuichi Wakui.
何か用か？
おいおいおい、盗っ人竹々しいとはよく言ったもんだ。勝手に人のデータを使っておいて。君、自分が正しいと思ったら周りが見えなくなるタイプだね。もう少し要領よくやったらどうだい？アメリカの研究所でも随分嫌われてたそうじゃないか。
貴様！
Wow.
ああ、怒らない怒らない。ちょっと小耳に挟んだだけだ。さて。
You know what? I just had a thought. he's probably the reason she hates Gigglomaniacs. He probably did something because she hates the committee. Her whole thing is like she wants revenge against the committee. He works for the committee, and he's a Gigglomaniac. That's my guess as to why she hates Gigglomaniacs. It seems really simple now that I think about it, but that's my guess.
とりあえずさ、みんな適当に座ってくれないかな。
I don't
落
know
ち着か
why
ないでしょ。
I just thought of that. Something felt very wrong. Wakui wasn't holding any kind of weapon. He doesn't need to. He was the thin, gentle-looking scientist type. He didn't seem strong at all. If Miyashiro and Kunosato both leapt on him at the same time, they should be able to hold him down. And I could help a little if the three of us attacked at once. But they were keeping their distance and acting cautious, as if he was holding a gun.
何も殺そうってわけじゃないんだから、そんなに警戒しなくても。特に宮代くん、僕は新聞部の顧問だよ。君とは随分仲良くやってきたと思うんだがな。
Wakui laughed as he talked. For some reason, he sounded like a con artist.
座ろう、尾上さん。
When he heard that, he smiled for some reason. It was a nasty smile, like he was enjoying something.
尾上さんねえ。
なんですか？あなた、私のことを何か知って。
やめるんだ。こいつの言う通りにしてくれ。頼む。頼む。
Dude, this guy sucks so hard.
分かったわよ。
I sat down in a nearby chair. Kunosato sat too. She seemed like she was trying to hold back her anger even more than usual. Wakui smiled in surprise as he looked at the monitor Kunosato had been working at.
なるほど。これで宮代くんと同じノウハウね。いやー、よくできてる。惜しいな、久野里くん。君、委員会に戻ってくる気はないかい？
黙れ。
She just barely stopped herself from getting out of her chair.
委員会に加わったことなどない。貴様らが勝手に私の研究データを使って実験を行っていただけだろうが。
Her voice was shaking. She seemed genuinely furious.
おかしいな。君も当初は乗り気だったと聞いてるよ。いいデータが取れたとか言って。そもそも脳に障害を負った子供が何人死のうと、それは科学の発展のための尊い犠牲じゃないか。
Jesus
君は
Christ.
喜ぶべきだったと思うけどね。
黙れと言っているんだ。
She finally stood up, her eyes wide with rage. But the next moment,
久野里さん。
she was suddenly slammed back into the wall. It was as if she was thrown by some invisible force. What was that? I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my temples. My hands shot up to my head. It was the same pain as when I passed out after first coming here. Yeah. My fingers tensed up and my nails dug into my forehead.
久野里くん、いい加減認めたらどうだい？君がどんな手を使おうと委員会にダメージを与えることはできない。君はアメリカからデータを持ち出して姿を消しておきながらここに研究者として姿を現した。当然我々のことを探るつもりだったと思うけどね。だけどさ、魚釣りをするにしたって堂々と表を歩いてる僕に気づかないようじゃ話にならないよ。
As the pain blurred my vision, I heard the sound of gritting teeth. Kunosato was looking at Wakui with an incredible fury.
いやすまん、別にバカにしてるわけじゃないんだ。むしろ高く評価してるんだよ。この画像だって実によくできてる。ぜひ将校軍の皆さんに見せてあげてくれ。
何？
ん？そんなに驚くことかい？ああ、そっか。君たちは僕が佐久間と同じようにギガロマニアックス研究を諦めていない方のグループだと考えてるわけか。なるほどね。それなら僕を敵視してもおかしくない。
Wakui kept laughing. I didn't know what was funny.
違うのか。私には見えないか。貴様だってギガロマニアックスなのだろう。
Kunosato pointed to the empty space in front of Wakui's hand.
それとこれとは話が別だ。僕はあくまでも委員会に忠誠を誓った人間だよ。で、委員会の命令は6年前の事件のせいで渋谷に大量発生したイレギュラーを全て掃除することだ。ほらな、君らとは利害が一致してるだろう。だから僕には君らの邪魔をする理由なんてどこにもないわけだ。
Do you understand? He laughed.
本当のことを言うとね、実は僕も離反した佐久間くんと同じように最初は期待したんだよ。宮代拓くん、君にね。この渋谷という街でカオスチャイルド症候群が発生したのもイレギュラーなら、症候群者の中から能力者が生まれたのもイレギュラーだ。ところがそんな出来損ないどもの中から本物らしいギガロマニアックスが現れたんだ。驚いたよ。だから佐久間くんとは別にね、僕も君のことをずっと観察していた。上層部の連中は懐疑的だったけどね、それを説得して渋谷の大掃除を待たせるのには苦労した。
Wakui seemed to be enjoying this, but Miyashiro was glaring back at him fiercely. For my part, my headache was getting unbearably bad. Psychics, gigalomaniacs, Sakuma. Each time I heard a word, my head started to throb. Something was getting stuck in my memories. Something was intertwining with my feelings.
ところがね、困ったことに君は自分から能力を放棄してしまった。その上カオスチャイルド症候群からも帰還してしまったものだから、僕が上層部を説得してきた理由がなくなってしまったんだ。面目は丸つぶれだよ。おかげで随分と怒られてね、序列も下げられてしまった。僕みたいに資金もコネクションもない人間がここまで来るのは容易じゃなかったんだが、と愚痴をこぼしてる場合じゃなかったな。とにかく我々にとってはもうこの町やカオスチャイルド症候群には何の価値もないんだ。それどころか佐久間のような輩に妙な研究をされると非常に困る。だから君たちがその画像を使って症候群者を消してくれるというなら、
That would make us very happy. No, that's not Sakuma, game. That is, Wakui. Thank you, game. Said as he spread his arms wide.
ということで分かってくれたかな、宮代くん、久野里くん。
Those are some of my favorite typos, are the ones where it's literally just the wrong character. It's like, no, that's not who that is, but thank you. Really makes me feel good for paying attention, you know?
だから2人ともそう怖い顔しないでほしいな。今は同じ目的を持った仲間じゃないか。改めて聞くけどさ、久野里くん、 我々の研究を手伝う気はないかい？
Who wants to join you, you freak? You Looney Tune?
断る。
There was no doubt in her voice. Only black anger. I mean, I could see it. But Wakui was as unmoved as ever.
不思議だな。理解に苦しむな。どうして君くらい優秀な頭脳の持ち主が復讐なんかにとらわれてるんだろう。もっと対極的に見ることはできないかい？研究者としてどんなことでもできる地位と権力、それに資金、それらを手に入れられるんだ。しかも私利私欲のためじゃない、より正しい次の世界を作るための。
聞こえなかったのか。断る。
なあ久野里君、言っただろう。僕たちは今は仲間だって。特に君を殺すなって言命されてるんだよ。
The look in his eyes changed for a moment. Felt a shiver go down my spine and took my hands off my aching head to grab the sides of the chair I was sitting in. If I didn't, it felt like I would fall over.
くだらない脅しだ。
Dude, I hate this guy so much. Funasato, however, was unmoved. Her voice was strong. Just listening to it made me feel like the terror was fading away.
何でもできる地位、権力、バカバカしい。たとえそれがどれほどのものであろうと、誰かにあてがわれた力などうんざりだ。そんなもの一セントの価値もない。そういった力というのは自らの手で掴んでいくからこそ価値がある。たとえ進むべき道に迷ったとしても、そこに解があると信じて進むのが人間というものだ。
Grin vanished from his face. There was a wickedness in his voice that even I could sense.
それは元から君の考えかい？それとも誰かに影響されたのかい？
さあな。
I felt like Kunasato looked at Miyashiro for a moment.
残念だよ。我々を出し抜けると勘違いしながら用意された舞台の上でこれからも踊り続けるといい。
Hello? Huh? My thoughts exactly. Huh? Suddenly, Kunasato disappeared without a sound. How? She was just here. I quickly looked around, but she was nowhere to be seen. What the f-
動かないでくれ、宮代くん。僕はね、少し機嫌が悪くなっちゃったんだ。動けば切るよ。ああ、そうだった。今の君には見えてすらいないんだったね。これが。
Dude, your D-sword sucks. It looks cooler when it's closed, I'll give him that. There's something creepy wrapped around Wakui's hand. It was like a huge pair of scissors. Or no, like a creature with thorn-covered tentacles, bearing its fangs at us. And it appeared from nowhere, the same way that Kunasato had vanished.
まったく。宮代くんもおかしいよな。自分から力を捨ててしまうなんて。君のことは殺してもいいと言われてるんだ。それを踏まえてよーく聞いてくれよ。
Miyashiro seemed to be judging his distance from Wakui. His legs were shaking a little, but he didn't take a single step back. I felt like I was going crazy from the headaches and all the strange things that were happening.
君をずっと観察していたとは言っただろう。実は もう一つ興味深い実験ができると思っていたからなんだ。都市伝説好きの君なら聞いたことはないかな。ワンワールドオーダー。
世界統一政府。
そう、僕はね、君たちを観察していて、渋谷がその実験場になりうるんじゃないかと思いついたんだ。カオスチャイルド症候群の症状とされている老人化現象は脳内活動の副産物に過ぎなくてね、より注目すべき点は彼らがそのことに気づかないということなんだよ。地震の際、例の光を受けた連中は激しいストレスから精神を守るために逃避行動に出た。現実とは異なる別の現実を生き始めた彼らは妄想シンクロによって自分たちに都合のいい渋谷を作り上げたんだ。そしてそれはそのまま僕の考えるワンワールドオーダーの縮図だった。
Dude, he looks so much different like that with the eyes.
自分の身に降りかかっている老人化現象という不幸に気づこうともせず、自分は幸せなんだと錯覚し続ける善良な愚民たち。まさに理想的な非支配者階級の姿じゃないか。そこで僕はある実験を提案した。ワンワールドオーダーの箱庭実験さ。宮代君に関しては懐疑的だった委員会もそれには大いに興味を示してきたよ。
箱庭実験。
ワンワールドオーダーにおける非支配者階級はどこまで善良な愚民のままでいられるのか。渋谷という箱庭でちょっとしたシミュレーションができると考えたんだ。と言ってもまあそんなに難しい話じゃない。要するに症候群者に対する新たなストレステストをしようと思ったわけ。彼らが妄想シンクロで作り上げた平穏な渋谷の生活に対してね、その平穏をかき乱すような事件を少しずつ起こしていく。そしてその事件がどのレベルまで達した時に彼らのストレス係数は限界になるのか。そして限界に達した症候群者たちは平穏を取り戻そうと再び新たな妄想シンクロを行うか否か。これをワンワールドオーダーの場合に当てはめるとこういうことになる。非支配者階級は支配者階級による弾圧や搾取といったストレスにどれだけ耐えられるのか、どれだけ善良な愚民のままでいられるのか。逆にどこまでストレスをかけると彼らは限界に達してしまうのか。そして限界に達した彼らは自分たちの幸福を取り戻そうと支配者階級に対して反乱を企てるか否かと、まあ僕はそんな実験をしようとしてたのさ。ところがいざ実験を始めようとして驚いたね。すでに僕の出番はなかった。ニュージェネの狂気の再来という猟奇殺人事件が発生し、渋谷は大騒ぎになった。宮代くんのお友達が次々と起こしてくれた事件は僕が計画していたものとはかなり違う形だったけど、それはそれで実に有意義だった。
Huh? Miyashiro's friend did the killings? What was he talking about? Miyashiro was the killer, right? You could see that Miyashiro's legs had stopped shaking. He stood tall, even in the face of that terrifying weapon. For a moment, I was entranced by the sight.
症候群者たちは自分たちよりさらに惨めな人間。無残な姿で殺されたり、殺人犯として追い立てられたり、 そういう人間の姿を見て興奮し大喜びしていた。平穏な渋谷の生活がこれほどかき乱されているのにもかかわらずだよ、彼らの妄想シンクロにはほころび一つ発生しなかったんだ。なるほどと思ったよ。これはワンワールドオーダーの理論とも一致する。非支配者階級に反乱を起こすような勇気を持たせないためには、彼らより仮想に見える人間を餌として与えればいい。そうすれば彼らは自分たちが支配されていることにすら気づかないまま仮想階級をいたぶり、時にそれを正義だと声高に叫んで怒り、自己満足に浸る、喜ぶ、楽しむ。そうしておけば本当の支配者階級は安泰だ。いやはやまったく愚民っていうのは御しやすいと、まあそんな風にね、僕はなかなかの成果を委員会に示すことができていたんだよ。なのにさ。
Wakui came towards me, a terrifying look on his face. Ah! I dropped my controller. That's what happens when I plug it in. He's the kind of right where it's not quite right. Like the logic is sound, but the conclusion is fucked. Is what it is. Like it's like I'm following your reasoning, Wakui, but your conclusion is horrifying and fucked up. I tried to take a step back without thinking. Miyashiro grabbed me by the arm.
僕から離れるな。今だけでいい。言うことを聞いてくれ。
No, I'm scared. I don't know what to do.
宮代君、君が全てを台無しにしてしまった。ギガロマニアックスの件もワンワールドオーダーの箱庭実験も、さっきも言ったけどね、君を早々に処分しなかったことを僕はひどく責められた。まさかあんなに序列を下げられるとはね。君のせいで僕は次の世界に残れないかもしれないんだよ、宮代君。
Yeah. What are you supposed to? Yeah, the villain, my personal favorite villain is I won't say his name because it's a big spoiler, but it's the one from Persona 4. Is one of my favorite fictional villains. And then also the guy from Psycho Pass season 1. He's also great. He keeps talking about the next world. What is the next world? When I saw the weapon in Wakui's hands, for the first time I realized I might die.
もしかして殺されるの？本当に殺されるの？
Death had never really seemed real to me. I hadn't even thought about it, but now it was right in front of me. The huge blades in Wakui's hand, and the eerie light it gave off, were pulling me deeper into the terror.
納得できる答えを僕に与えてくれないか。どうして君は現実に戻ることを選んでしまったんだい。答えないのか。それなら。
Wakui looked at me.
今からでも引き戻してあげようか。
The ends of the blades were pointed at me. They opened up like the jaws of a shark to devour me. and a white light sparked between them as they got closer. There was a loud throbbing noise in my head. My whole field of vision suddenly shifted. I put my hand to the wall to try and steady myself, but it wasn't the wall, it was the floor. His sword sucks. His sword just sucks. I had fallen to the ground. I held my head. The pain was so bad I couldn't sense anything else. One vision after another came flowing inside of me. It felt like my head was being ripped open, as if my memories were being forced to come back. What was this? Where was this? Who was this? No, I knew all the answers. What? I knew? That couldn't be true. It had to be true. I'd seen them before. No, I'd never seen them before in my life. I clutched my head in my hands, confused. I curled up into a ball and moaned. I don't know if these visions are real or not. I don't know anything.
Yamero!
I saw Miyashiro try and stand between me and Wakui and get slammed backwards. He was smashed into the floor hard.
邪魔しないでもらえるかな。君には何もできないんだから。今頃後悔しても遅いよ。ギガロマニアックスの力を放棄しなければ僕を殺せたかもしれないのに。
Miyashiro, why? Why was he trying to save me?
おのえ、大丈夫か?
For a moment, I couldn't speak, but I looked at him and nodded. When I saw him calling me Onoe, it felt like it overlapped with a memory that made me want to cry.
これは...
Wakui was frowning at Miyashiro as he held the huge blade in his hand.
予想以上に硬いな、彼女は。これだけのことをできる力があったっていうのに、君はどうして？
それが僕があいつにできる唯一の償いだから。
At some point, I'd forgotten about the pain in my head. I couldn't take my eyes off Miyashiro.
僕たちは一緒にいたら何も変わることができない。離れたからこそ僕もあいつももう間違えない。そうじゃないとまた繰り返してしまう。
繰り返せばいいじゃないか。それのどこが悪い。
Miyashiro was crawling on the ground, but he looked up at his enemy with eyes that would never give in to anyone.
男が好きな子にすがりついて生きてくなんてできるわけないだろ。
それが理由かい。
Even when Wakui looked at him with a wry smile, he didn't flinch at all. There was no sign of shame.
そんな理由で悪いか。神様気取りのあんたたちには人の気持ちが理解できないだけだろ。なら試してみろよ。
試す？
僕のことなんて殺そうと思えばいつでも殺せるんだろ。だったらもう少し僕を試してみたらどうだ。あんたの言うことが正しいんならいつか僕は戻ってしまうだろう。でも僕が正しければ戻ることは絶対にない。それを試してみたらどうだ。
Miyashiro stood up slowly. Without anyone's help,
そんな口車に僕が乗るとでも？
乗るさ。だってあんたは序列とやらを元に戻したいんだろ。次の世界で生き残るためにみっともなく委員会にしがみついて。だったらあんたを失墜させた僕という本当のイレギュラーを観測し続ければいい。もしも僕がギガロマニアックスに戻ってしまったら、あんたにいくらでも協力してやる。あんたの成果にすればいい。
自分をかけて僕とゲームをしようっていうのかい？
ああ、元からこれはクソったれなゲームだったんだからな。もちろん僕は負ける気なんてない。最後の1秒まであがいてやる。
宮代くん、君って面白いね。
Suddenly, Wakui vanished, leaving behind only the eerie light of his blade, seared into our eyes.
了解した。そのゲーム受けて立つことにしよう。それじゃ今からスタートだ、宮代くん。
I heard a voice from somewhere. It was like it was coming from directly within my head. And then everything went quiet.
おい、宮代。
Suddenly, Kunosada was back, just as quickly as she disappeared. It was as if she'd never left.
大丈夫ですか?
Yeah, was all she said. She was biting her lip, perhaps frustrated at how much stronger her opponent was.
涌井はどうした？
とりあえず口車に乗ってくれました。しばらくは大丈夫だと思います。それより
Miyashiro pointed to the PC and Kunosada leapt at it. That's a funny mental image. Just
例の画像は無事だが、くそ、やられた。委員会に関するデータが。
おい、大丈夫か?
Yeah, you really Boy, your timing is so great, Shinjo. 10 out of 10. Ugh. Way to go. You did it.
え
え。いきなり中に入れなくなった。一体何があったんだ?
Sound of fingers on a keyboard echoed off the walls. I know it's not his fault, but like, god damn it. Shinjo! Kunosada grimaced.
重要なハードディスクだけ物理的に破壊していった。これでは復旧もできない。涌井め。
涌井がいたのか?
Miyashiro nodded.
詳しいことは後で話します。
Dude, I made some incredible ramen earlier. That was so good. Just reminded me of that.
久里さん、さっきのデジカメ、動画も撮れますよね。
お前、ここで犯行声明の映像を撮る気か?
はい。涌井は、委員会はもうここには現れません。一刻も早くカオスチャイルド症候群に関することは終わりにしたいんです。
Kunosada bit her lip once more and sighed a little.
新庄さん、こいつの言う通りにしてやろう。脳内スキャン装置を運び出す手はずを整えてくれ。あれを調べれば手がかりくらいは残っているかもしれない。
Yeah, I don't know if you could call it proper ramen, but it was basically just like instant ramen from the store, but I put in some green onions, an egg, and some strips of beef. It was phenomenal. Like, it just I basically customized some instant ramen. It was great.
Oh.
Water and rubbery chicken. That's unfortunate. The detective seemed a little annoyed, but he must have been used to being talked to like that, because he went to the other room. He is used to being talked to like that. It's very unfortunate. He deserves better. Miyashiro was looking at me. I tried to tell him about all the fragments of memories I'd seen. But just as I opened my mouth, he motioned for me to stop.
Onoe-san.
何？
案内ありがとう。怖い目に遭わせちゃってごめん。もう大丈夫だから。
そんなこと。
I don't care about that. But those memories.
ここからは僕たちの仕事だ。だから。
Yeah, I can see that. Miyashiro looked toward the exit. You can go, he seemed to say. No, that wasn't it. Go home, his eyes said. I had to ask. I had to find out for sure. But my lips wouldn't move. The words wouldn't come out. No worries. Why? Why was I...
宮代、やるぞ。
はい。
Miyashiro turned his back and began to ignore me. He followed Kunisato's instructions and put a chair up against the wall.
何を喋ったらより注目を集めますかね。
知るか。お前が起こしたことになっている事件だろう。それらしいことを言っておけ。
Say something that sounds like a murderer. God damn it. This poor fucking guy. Supposedly? My headache had almost gone away when Wakui disappeared, but it started to get a little stronger. My head was throbbing with pain. I mean, it'll certainly get some people's attention. For some reason, the pain was eating into my heart.
なら、この世界を恨んだり、憎んだりしてみましょうか。
妥当なところだな。それで行こう。
Two of them had stopped paying any attention to me at all. Staggered toward the exit, as if trying to escape from the headache. I turned back before I went up the stairs, but no one was looking at me. Miyashiro wasn't looking at me either. I left the basement without saying a word.
僕がこの事件を起こしたのは僕のせいではありません。この社会そのものが害悪に満ちているからです。
I could hear him speaking into the camera below. I was getting further and further away. I was staggering unsteadily, as if I was in a waking dream. But I had succeeded in my goal. Kurusu would wake up now. And then I could ask her about me. Huh? Me? Why was I going to ask her about myself again? Everything felt so hazy, I couldn't remember. Well, it didn't matter. I should just do what Miyashiro said and go back home. My head hurt. I probably wasn't feeling well. I needed to go home and rest.
私の家ってどこだっけ？ああ、そっか。横浜だよ。
Why I'd come here, what the result had been, and even how I felt right now. I didn't know any of it anymore. I was walking through town. It was probably the slowest I'd ever walked in my life. As the sun started to set on the city, I kept having trouble walking forward. But I couldn't stop. I realized that I wasn't even supposed to be here. So I forced myself to keep going. For some reason, once I got away from Miyashiro, my headache stopped. It was as if his very existence was the cause of it.
あ、そうか。今日って。
I looked at all the happy girls and remembered. February 14th. Valentine's Day. The day when girls told boys they liked them.
私、あんたみたいなやつ、大嫌い。
I hadn't really been thinking about it when I said it. It wasn't often that you told someone to their face that you didn't like them. You only realize what you really wanted to say after you've said goodbye. Was that a line from a movie? Who did I go see it with? Same. I hate Valentine's Day. I'm so bitter and alone. I laughed, even though I thought it was stupid. I was happy now. I bet the old me was a nasty girl who hadn't been happy at all. But now I'd forgotten all about it. Forgotten all about it, and I could be happy. That's right, I was happy now. You don't sound happy, Sarika! That was why I had to laugh.
ねえ、セリカ。あなたはどこへ行く気なの？
I asked myself, but I didn't answer. I just kept walking. True. I was walking in a crowd full of people. As I walked, I stopped being able to figure out how much of the world was real. All of the nightmarish things that just happened. All of these people were walking without without knowing anything about them. God, which world was real? It had to be this one. The big TVs were playing wonderful music, and there was a delicious smell coming from the crepe stand. This was the right world, the fun world. It had to be this world. But I knew that this was a lie. But I pretended I didn't, and I kept smiling and walking. You know what? I gotta use the bathroom again too, so that's actually a great opportunity. Return in a moment. Nope, that's the big wrong. I may have found a cookie in the meantime. So if it sounds like I just ate something, cookie. Alright. I was a liar. Someone who was honest with themselves, like maybe a child or something, might have gone back to that basement. I totally ate a cookie. But because this town, this place, it should be so much fun, but it felt so awful. Couldn't find the place where I belonged. But I couldn't go back to that basement. I wasn't a kid anymore. Not anymore. I was a lying grown-up. Suddenly, a scene from the nightmare came back. I ate them all. There was only one, and I ate it. The fragments of memories I'd seen there. They were scattered about like the pieces of a puzzle, and they were eating away at me. It's so weird, they keep using the phrase fragments of memories, and it's it's kind of fucking me up a little bit. I've been listening to a bunch of the character songs from Chaos Head and Steins Gate, and like one of them, I think it's Luca's song is called like Fragments of Faint Memories, and it's every time I see that phrase, it's reminding me of that. And it's messing with my head, man. Freaking love those songs. And beyond them, I remembered a tiny little feeling.
これどうにかしてよね。
The whole, like, all of these science adventure games have such incredible soundtracks. Like, genuinely. Even the side games, like, dude, the main title theme for, what was the goofy romance one called? Is, My Darling's Embrace. This song, the title theme is called Poppensteiner, and that cracks me up to this day. Okay, Chaos Child. Enough about the Steins Gate character songs. Chaos Child. There was probably no way to get it back. I'd realized that no matter who I asked, it was the one thing they'd never tell me. The memories and the feeling kept spinning about inside me. I wanted to go back there, but I couldn't. I kept walking with nowhere to go. And eventually, I found myself in front of a building near the station. Just Chinese. Oh my god. No, Chaos Child. It says it right there. Right there? There. I don't know where it shows up on the thing. Anyways. Eventually, I found myself in front of a building near the station. It had been 30 minutes since the sun set.
なんだっけ光を
Oh no. I looked up at a tall building. I couldn't tell how many floors it was. I couldn't remember ever coming here. My body went inside without hesitation. Oh yeah, my little doodad. I stepped out of the elevator and saw a pretty theater. I could see a poster for a musical on the wall. There was a picture on it that I'd seen somewhere before. The soiree was just about to start. I stood in line to buy a ticket. Luckily, there was a seat open near the front of the house. I bought my ticket and buried myself in the waves of people going into the theater.
ここ か。
What? Something was strange. I thought I'd never been here before, but it was familiar. I'd come here before. I walked up the stairs through the crowd and opened the door to the theater. And when I stepped inside, I heard a sound like something bursting within me. Something snapped within my head. Yeah, this is where she got like reset. Yeah, this is the theater where she done got reset. So not exactly a coincidence she showed up here. I walked towards my seat. Full house today. I slowly weaved my way through the other audience members, going down the steps of the corridor. The curtain was lowered, and on it there was a projection with the name of the musical and an illustration on it. But what I was seeing was an empty theater. An empty stage lit up by bright lights. I sat in my seat, and after a while the buzzer rang and the curtain came up. The orchestra played a low sound that echoed in the pit of my stomach, and the cast came on the stage. But my mind was still seeing the same thing. Was it on purpose? It was still looking at an empty stage.
ここで私は
On stage, the actors started to pantomime rowing a boat. They were creating a delusional world on stage, filled with things that didn't exist. But I was seeing a different world. Window debacle. It was the world I'd lived in before. The musical kept going, but the empty stage that only I saw didn't change. My memories ached. My feelings threatened to overflow. I'd done something here, with someone. The sadness from when I'd talked with them was filling my heart. The pain in my throat when I screamed at them was coming back to me. It hurt to breathe. I was gasping like I was underwater. The actors sang, their voices riding on the powerful music. It was a song the heroes sang to inspire themselves and the people before they went off to fight the revolution. The people of this fictional world all lined up and yelled. "Come along and join us," they sang. And then it happened. Oh, son of a bitch. I saw someone on that empty stage. They were holding something up high in their hands. I could see that it was a sword, gleaming with a dull shine. It was a tool for battle.
それが僕があいつにできる唯一の償いだから。
Yeah, agreed.
僕たちは一緒にいたら何も変わることができない。離れたからこそ僕もあいつももう間違いない。
The phrase "my memories ached" is so evocative. Like, that's such a great phrase.
男が好きな子にすがりついて生きてくなんてできるわけないだろ。
Damn, Miyashiro, you don't deserve this. I was crying. It was the same tears I felt on my cheek when I woke up in the morning. I have a tendency to giggle and like joke around when I'm feeling particularly emotional. It's a defense mechanism, and it's happening right now. If you ever see me chuckling out of nowhere, it's because it's my way of trying not to feel my feelings. Hey, there it was. I quickly wiped them away with the back of my hand. But they didn't stop. I kept wiping them away, and they didn't stop coming. was no good. They wouldn't stop. Trying so hard not to sing Smash Mouth right now. I couldn't stop them. I buried my face in my hands. Uh.
後悔なんてしないよ。僕は自分のしたことに悔いはない。満足してるんだ。
このクズ。続き、ずっと隣にいたって誰
？Damn you for making me feeling my feelings.
親友だよ。
親友なんていたんだね。あんなひどい殺人を犯すようなあんたにも。あんたの親友って同じように症候群者だったの？今何をしてるの？
いや、普通の人だった。もう亡くなったよ。彼女はこの世界のどこにもいない。
The play ended and the audience gave a standing ovation. The actors stood on the stage and bowed. Alone, I wiped my tears. I sat there for a long time, unable to get up. No one else could see the blurry world I saw. I looked up to stop the tears from falling down. It never works. And the lights on the stage shone down on me like a spotlight. Yeah, that's familiar, huh? You're fucking kidding me. What? That's just how it ends? No. What? You're kidding me. What do you mean? Okay, I'm gonna calm down. I'm gonna watch these credits. Because the visuals are sick. I'm just give me a moment. I'm just gonna let it just. That's also true. Maybe there's something at the end of the credits too. Also, I've never so intently stared at Japanese characters before in my life. I still can't read them, but I was like, credits, you're shitting me. Like, I figured there'd be some kind of like revelation and conclusion, and there was kind of that, but like it was the revelation and then fucking credits. I thought there'd be like some kind of like what's the word? closure. I'm looking for closure, god damn it. There's no closure here. It was like... Okay, right, it's just like... There's gotta be something. There's gotta be more after the credits or something. I don't know. For now, I'm just gonna enjoy this beautiful, beautiful tune. The violinist is killing it. Yeah. Going ham on those strings. Every day lately. Oh my god. Also, I love how this beautiful, beautiful chorus is really undercut by this creepy ass stickers. Like, I get it. They're relevant, but also something. Give me something. I mean, I'm happy. Good job. I'm happy for you. Thank you. There's more. Okay. October 2016. So this would be 8 months later. Thank you. I figured that out. That's really funny.
次の検査は来週の同じ時間になりますので、お大事に。
Like, if you're not gonna give me both, give me one. Give me either something works out better for Miyashiro or something works out better for Serika. At this point, I don't really even care which. Give me one of those two things, because at this point, both of them got fucked up, and that breaks my heart. Like, because the whole point of Miyashiro taking the heat was to make Serika happy. Like, and so if she's not happy either, then what was the point? Like, that's kind of what gets me about that at the end. So give me something. Give me one of those two things.
はい。ありがとうございました。
Dude, Senri with the fucking apron is adorable. As she bowed to the nurse, who'd she'd come to know quite well, Senri Minamisawa, the girl who was once Nono Kurusu, checked the time. Dude, I think I just had a... Hold on. I just had a thought. The endings. So the reason those four were in a coma is because Miyashiro's actions and his revelation sort of reverberated through them and made them sort of desync with everybody else, right? And that's why they were like that. I think the endings was what they were seeing when they were in the comas. So each of those endings was while they were in the comas, that was each of their new version of reality, that they were no longer synchronized. But because it was like Kunosato said, that was what they saw between the synchronized delusion and reality, was their own personal. That's what the endings. Maybe. Because in my mind I'm like, why does she look like that, right? Because when she was in the coma, she still had the appearance of Kurusu, and she only started looking like that at the end of her ending due to the events of that ending. And so, the fact that she's like this in reality now makes me think that she experienced that ending. With that logic, Uki's ending, that's I just had that thought too. What the hell's going on with her? Okay, this might be it. This might be the payoff that we've both been waiting for. This might be exactly that. Okay. It was almost noon. The exams were getting shorter and shorter. We hadn't even given her any drugs today. That probably meant she was getting better. There's Uki, okay. Uki Yamazoe, whose exam had evidently been as short as hers, came down from the psych ward on the 5th floor. When she saw Senri, she ran over. Senri felt herself smile as she watched her little sister walk fast, but not run, toward the front desk. Her little sister had struggled with her physical therapy, but now she could walk and run like a normal girl. She wanted to be a nurse, just like Senri. It would be the perfect job for her.
じゃあ行こっか。思ったより早かったから、みんなをランチに誘ってみる？来てくれると思うわ。
Uki suddenly seemed to remember something and stopped.
忘れ物？
He's so small. Uki was choosing her words carefully. She looked at the elevator that had just come down.
いいの？姉さん。
Senri put her hand on her little sister's head.
ちゃんと挨拶は済ませたでしょ？それでもう十分。それに最近は警備が厳重で誰も近寄れないわ。でもだからいいのよ、ウキ。そうしちゃダメなんだから。ね。
Her little sister nodded a second later, and Senri smiled.
定期検診お疲れ様です。
Okay. Dude, Kazuki in the like the sweat coat, whatever you want to call that. What is that called? Tracksuit. The headphones.
お疲れ様です。
When she contacted them on her phone, she found that Hinai Arimura and Hana Kazuki had both been waiting for her call all morning. They met in front of Shibuya Station and started walking. It had been a long time since the four of them had gone through the city together like this. They saw each other often at the hospital, but their exams and physical therapy were all at different times, which made it hard to schedule anything. But today was a special day. Even if they didn't say anything, they all knew they were going to meet.
ユウは？
ユウトなら学校のお友達と図書館へ行ったわ。
うわ、せっかくの休みに図書館とか
I guess.
末恐ろしいな。おい、
ユウは将来弁護士になるって張り切ってるから。
Oh, dude, Yuto going off and doing things by himself makes me so happy. Like, I feel like he's my little brother. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so happy for him. It's not even real.
おへえ、弁護士？子供の夢にしちゃずいぶん。って、あ？
Oh, so that's it. He and I almost said, but she stopped herself. Both Hana and Hina immediately understood the meaning of Yuto Tachibana's childlike dream, as well as the fact that it might even come true. And Yuto knew what day it was, too. That had to have been why he went to the library with his friends, just like the four of them had gathered together. An indescribable sadness was threatening to build up between them.
おっと、いけね
It was Arimura's loud voice that broke the silence.
え。皆の衆、のんびりしてるとどの店も満席になっちまいますぜ。
そうね。どこで食べる？
October. Trying to think, is this like a... I can't remember what the day was, but it's probably an anniversary of one of the many fucked up things that happened in this game.
超お腹空いてるので、いつものカフェでいいと思います。どうみんな？
うん、それでいい。私もそこで。
じゃあそうしましょうか。
はーい。では、お姉さんについてきてください。
Right. Couldn't tell you which one. One of the several hundred. Also, Senri being Senri makes me really happy. Like, I don't know why. It's so sweet. Hina raised one hand up like a tour guide and wrapped the other around Hana's. The two of them had been hanging out a lot together recently. Then she plunged into the crowd. There were no Chaos Child Syndrome patients to be seen. 8 months ago, over 80% of the Chaos Child Syndrome patients in Shibuya all fell unconscious at once. They were all quickly split up and taken to nearby hospitals. The hospitals were overflowing with patients. It was almost like the earthquake 6 years ago. No, 7 years now. Even those patients who had escaped with the initial wave quickly fell unconscious as well, and were also taken to hospitals. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. Several people were injured when they'd fallen, but none of them badly. And several days later, patients began to wake up, almost all of them in a state of extreme panic. They couldn't believe their real forms. Senri, Hinai, and the others woke up at the same time and were terribly confused. But they didn't panic like the others. They quickly realized that he was involved, and that he'd done this for everyone's sake. And so all the patients returned to a normal but harsh reality.
南沢先輩、列から離れないでくださいよ。置いていっちゃいますよ。
ごめんなさい。
You know, he is. Senri realized that she'd stopped walking as she reflected on the past. She ran to catch up with the others. What had happened while she was asleep? Right after she'd woken up, Takaru had told her himself. Kunosato and Shinjo had let her meet him in a special hospital room. He also told her about Serika's true nature and the truth behind the return of the new generation madness. Wakui, the committee, and Chaos Child Syndrome, too. He told her about everything. And lastly, he told her the truth about Sakuma, the father she'd believed in. And there was something that she, Senri Minamisawa, or Nono Kurusu, depending, had to tell him too. Now that she didn't look like Nono Kurusu anymore, There was no way she could keep up the lie. Oh, I see, because they lost their powers. That's why she doesn't look like... It's not because of the... Never mind, I'm dumb. They just lost their powers, so she doesn't... It wasn't a choice thing, it was... Never mind. She'd had trouble working up the courage before she went into Takeru's room. She'd hesitated so many times and almost thought about not meeting him at all. But it was the other girls from her room that had scolded her and urged her on. She'd been the last to wake up because of the wound in her chest, and by the time she did, Uki, Hinai, and Hana had already seen the real her. And everyone had forgiven her without saying a word. That makes me really happy. But when she'd hesitated about meeting Takeru, they'd gotten really mad. Can't you trust him? They asked. Is he the kind of guy who wouldn't forgive you? And that was enough for her to decide. After she told him everything, Takeru had laughed gently.
バカだな。もっと早く話してくれればよかったのに。
Yeah, she was in the room. It was the four of them, right? Every time she remembered his voice then, she felt like she would cry. There were the four beds. Kazuki, Hinai, yeah. Senri gave up her old name and body and went back to being herself. That makes me so happy! She'd been forced into 6 months of physical therapy, not just because of the syndrome, but the stab wound as well. But at last, she was capable of going outside on her own. She'd gone back to Hekio Academy, which was now just a normal private school, and started living the life of a normal student along with the others.
ああ、ごめんなさい。何？検査どうでしたか？
Also, Kazuki just talks now. That's great because she doesn't have the power. She doesn't have to worry about it. This is the best case scenario for everyone involved, except for Miyashiro. That guy's fucked.
いつ
Fortunately.
も通りね。でももう薬も処方されてないし、そろそろ治療もおしまいかしら。和樹の方は？うん、私もそうかも。
Kazuki looked up at the sky as she spoke. She'd been lying to everyone too. And just like Senri, she'd been reluctant to admit it, and Hinai had scolded her too. When she opened up to Takeru about her lie, he forgave her like nothing was wrong at all. Even after losing her power, Hana still didn't talk a lot, but she was trying her best. That was her promise to Takeru, she thought.
その声、みんなにもっと聞かせてあげるといいよ。友達も増えるんじゃないかな。
Shibuya was filled with people enjoying their day off, and Senri and the others were living the same lives as everyone else, except for one person, the boy who had been at their center. They'd only brought it up during a small silence after they'd eaten lunch at the usual cafe. At first, no one wanted to discuss it, but about the same time Senri had gotten tired of watching the ice melt in her iced tea, Hinai opened her mouth to speak.
見ましたか？
She pointed to the phone in her hand. It was displaying a gossip site. The article was about Takeru. It said that Takeru Miyashiro, the boy responsible for the serial killing in Shibuya, had been kept at AH Tokyo General Hospital to aid in research on Chaos Child Syndrome. And now that the research was mostly finished, he was finally being sent to a detention house for the real interrogations to begin. Even if he was a minor, in light of the effect his crimes had on society, the article said, there was no chance he'd ever be getting out. Oh god. I'm okay. It said all that in sensational and exaggerated tones.
こういうのどこで調べるのかしらね、マスコミって。
Most of what the article said was right, and Shinjo had told them the day Takeru would be transferred. I'm guessing that's today, yeah. It was today. They were able to say goodbye a while before. Shinjo had set it up. The last time they'd met, Takaru had asked them for a favor. It involved Saruka Onoe. Stay away from her, unless she comes to you. If she does come to you, forgive her, and treat her like a normal friend. Dude, this breaks my heart. What did you realize? The fuck is he doing? That is a phenomenal point. I didn't even think of that. Where the fuck is he to? Don't ask questions. Ito doesn't exist anymore. Don't worry about it. I didn't even think of that. That's so true. He's just gone. And never tell her about me or her past. It insisted on these 3 things until the very end. I think in the original, in the first ending, which is what this one... It is very sad. In the original ending, the first ending, which is what this one continues from, he didn't die, but his brain did get scrambled a lot worse than some of the other endings. Like he got messed up to like a ridiculous degree. But I don't think he died. So he should still be alive. So that's a great point. Where the fuck is Ito? He'd insisted on these 3 things until the very end. Saruka hadn't come to them at all. Kunosato had told them that she lived in Yokohama and was attending Hekiho from there, but they hadn't heard anything else. He's just chilling, yeah. Chilling, being brain dead somewhere in a hospital, probably. Dude, this... Also, hold on. Does her tracksuit say excellent girl? It does. It says excellent girl. I mean, accurate. We can all agree. That is an accurate description of the individual wearing it. No one was sure if Uki's question was about Takaru or Saruka or maybe both of them. When she stood up to go, Senri realized something. Oh, that's right. Maybe she was asking about us. What are we doing right now? Takaru had a spot in the cafe where he always sat. Senri found herself looking at it and almost cried again. The 4 of them left the cafe and slowly headed for the station. They planned to split up and go home from there. None of them were looking at their phones, but their heads were all bent lower than normal. But no one noticed. Just before the light turned green, Senri realized that they were completely buried in the people surrounding them. Yeah. She, like, finally got to meet him as herself, and then he was gone. Her mouth opened on its own. The other 3 looked up in surprise. Their mouths fell open in shock. They seemed to have been caught completely off guard. She was right. The sun hadn't even begun to set. Hinai suddenly started to tear at her hair. Her twin tails spun angrily. I'm just imagining that description. I'm just imagining Arimura gets all pouty and Her twin tails just start spinning like rotor blades. And she starts flying around like a helicopter. Oh, that sent me. I'm okay. I'm okay, I swear. That's not what the game means. That's dumb. Moving on. Okay. I'm okay.
そんなこと考えてたんだ。
そうじゃなきゃ彼氏でもないあんたと手つないだりとかしないって。
最近よくつないでくるくせに。
知らん。誰だそれは。
はいはい。じゃあ付き合ってくれるのね、映画。
バチコイ。
Hinai clapped her hands together and then spread her arms as if to give Senri a hug. Well, see, we have confirmation. Official confirmation. She's definitely part helicopter.
ウキはこの後予定ないでしょ？
でも
Uki made the same face she made at the hospital. Let's go back to the hospital after all, she seemed to say. It's almost time, isn't it? Senri knew Uki was worried about her, and that's when she smiled back silently.
ありがとう。でも、
Dude,
行くならやっぱり映画にしましょう。
the music is so sweet. Because if she did meet Takaru, she would grab onto him and break down in tears. She didn't think she had it in her to control herself. She didn't want to let her little brother see her like that. She was never going to let him worry about her again. So...
できれば楽しい映画がいいな。タクルに手紙を書きたいの。みんなで楽しい映画を見たわよって。
私も書く。お手紙毎日書く。
毎日？これは負けていられないわね。
おお、ブラコン姉妹ですな。
Hinai tried to tease them, but they both looked back at her and spoke in unison. Senri mischievously and Uki extremely seriously.
いけない？自慢の弟なの。
自慢の兄です。
Oh! And I staggered back in exaggerated astonishment, and Senri gave her a pat to move her along.
ほら早く置いていくわよ。
Senri went to the front and started to walk. Oh my god, stop! No! No! It's too sweet! Ah! My heart! Here, screenshot. Screenshot away. Take it away. I'll give you 5 seconds to screenshot. Alright, time's up. Oh my god. In fact, you know what? I'm on PlayStation now. I can do this. Give me that. Unlike a moment ago, she was standing tall, ready to face whatever fate had in store for her. Uki went after, her footsteps steady and firm as well. I don't know how... You screenshot? I don't know. The remaining two looked at each other for a moment. Dude, this is so... This is so cute. And then they started to laugh and ran to catch up to the sisters.
ああ、待ってくださいよ、先輩。ウキ
映画ならおすすめのあるんですけど。
花のおすすめはいつもバカ映画すぎて話になんない。
Huh? That's strange. There was supposed to be data in here.
おい、勝手に触るなと何度も言ってるだろう。
The door opened and an angry Kunosato came inside.
すいません。
あいつらの結果ならいつも通りクリーンだ。今のところ再発の恐れはない。
I gave a small sigh of relief when I heard that. Good. The treatment seemed to be working well.
それで、いつまで千里たちの検査って続くんですか？
お前、これから連れて行かれるときに人の心配なんて。まあいい。そういうやつだったな、お前は。
I mean, at this point, that's literally all he has, right? Like, don't take that away from him. You heartless bitch. Kunosato sighed in resignation.
今あいつらに行っているのは染色体に異常が見られないかどうかの検査だけだ。まあ健康診断みたいなものだが、少なくとも老化の原因が完全に突き止められるまでは検査は続ける。今は週に1回だが、検査回数は徐々に減らしていく予定だ。
いつ頃から減らしていけるんです？
I don't know, Kunosato said. From the way she was talking, she wasn't lying. She really didn't know. My role in researching and curing Chaos Child Syndrome had mostly come to an end after I created that image. All that was left was for Kunosato and the regular scientists helping her to figure out the scientific cause. But they seemed to be having a hard time figuring out what caused the artificial aging process. As for what they knew now, there were structures called telomeres at the ends of a chromosome, which were related to the aging process in some way. There were signs that Chaos Child Syndrome patients were artificially creating them inside their bodies. These false telomeres shortened at a greatly accelerated rate that drastically restricted the number of times a cell could divide. The hypothesis was that the brain recognized these artificial telomeres as real and initiated the aging process. But much of that was still in the realm of hypothesis, and Kunosato herself didn't seem satisfied with the explanation at all. But whatever the underlying principle was, when I asked her what happened, she shrugged and said this.
精神や肉体がこう勘違いしているせいじゃないか。妄想の世界で生きるということは新しい自分に生まれ変わることだとな。
そうか。精神的な勘違いだけじゃなく、肉体的にも勘違いをしたんだ。
The phenomenon where these mistakes or errors would occur along the chromosome had been known in the medical world for a long time. That's right, it was the same mechanism as cancer. In other words, former Chaos Child Syndrome patients were at a high risk of developing that disease. Senri and the others would probably keep getting exams to look for those errors in their cells, all without knowing why. And according to Kunosato, she had no idea when those exams might end. They might go on forever.
実はお前に関して興味深いことがあるんだが。
Right. Kunosato stared at me, as if trying to peer into the bottom of my heart.
これから先、かなり長い間、お前はインターネットにアクセスできなくなる。生まれて初めてのことじゃないか。
Yeah, come to think of it, she was right. The internet already existed when I was born, and by the time I hit puberty, it was everywhere.
情報強者を自認していたお前がその最大の手段を失い情報の規制を受ける。場合によっては情報から遮断されるかもしれない。そういう生活が当然となった時、お前の思考回路はそれまでとどう変化するんだろうな。
A while ago, I might have panicked just thinking about it. But strangely, I didn't feel like it now.
激しい情報の波にさらされていたお前と波の全くない静かな海に漂うお前。精神的にどう変化するか楽しみだよ。
前に約束しましたから実験台にしていいですよ。
ああ、そうだったな。
伊藤のやつは症候群だけでなく、
Hey!
脳の方も随分回復してきたそうですね。
He still
助かりま
exists!
した。
Hooray!
助かったのは医学的な面だ。法的なことは知らんぞ。
Shinjo had told me that Ito would be prosecuted, but in the end, he'd probably be given treatment at a medical facility for minors. I didn't know how long it would take, but I was relieved to know that he'd eventually go free. Remembering Yui made my heart ache, but it wasn't his fault.
久野里さんはこれからどうするつもりです
Oh
か？
yeah, that was that ending. Yeah, he like basically traded, he was like, hey, if you do everything you can to save Ito and help him not die, you get to experiment on me. So I guess that was her cashing that in. I remembered something I wanted to ask before I left this place. Minosato's eyebrows rose in surprise.
委員会への復習を続けるつもりですか？
当然だ。涌井が言った通り、私は踊り続けるさ。
And then, I saw a little smile form around her mouth.
そうか。なるほど。もしかしたらお前とは長い付き合いになるかもしれんな。涌井はお前のことを観測し続ける。そう言ったんだろ。
ええ。
この先お前が自分に降りかかってくる状況に絶望し、あるいは恐怖し、再びギガロマニアックスとしての力を取り返してしまうか否か。それが奴とのゲームというわけだ。
ええ。
Dude, this sucks. I hate this. He doesn't deserve this.
だったら
This
お前は生か
blows.
され続ける。私もお前の観測を続けよう。奴の尻尾をつかむためにな。
いいか？
There was a knock at the door, and I heard a voice I knew well. Shinjo came in with a serious look on his face. He was looking at me, seemingly uncertain as to what to say. I waited motionless until finally he sighed. Shinjo said the words.
時間だ。
Maybe. I could definitely see Kunosato showing back up at some point. Considering she's going after the committee. I don't know if they're gonna be a factor in it, but that would be pretty cool. Dude, no amount of Cool Cat, like, Cool Cat is terrible, but at the same time, he doesn't deserve this. He deserves a judgmental stare. Slowly stood up from the chair. I mean, that makes perfect sense. I could absolutely see them. I mean, she's basically Kunosato is basically Kurusu without any like with the bitch dial turned up to 11. You know what I mean? Like, she's just an asshole. She's Makise, but like maximum asshole. slowly stood up from the chair. Shinjo knew the truth, but still accepted my decision. I could do nothing but be grateful for that. I knew how hard that had to be for a detective.
今までありがとうございました。苦労かけました。
This is like, as much as I'm joking, this is like ripping my heart apart. This sucks. I hate this. He deserves better. I bowed deeply.
いや、君に比べたらどうということはないさ。
He put his hand on my shoulder. It was big and strong. If I had an older brother, would he have been like this?
俺の方こそありがとう。
Shinjo really has been like just a really solid dude. Like he fucks up a lot, but he really is a great dude. There was another detective on the other side of the door, ready to take me to the transport. The rest of the world still didn't really know what I looked like after I recovered from Chaos Child Syndrome. It was Shinjo who had convinced the others that I'd stand out less if they didn't put handcuffs on me and try to hide my face. Thanks to that, I'd be able to walk outside as a normal high school kid one last time. I bowed one last time to Shinjo, then turned to Kunosado.
みんなのことよろしく頼みます。
あ、またな。
Kunosado nodded weakly, and I nodded back. And then I headed for the exit.
ああ、宮代。
I stopped and turned around.
危うく聞き忘れるところだった。取り立てて重要なことではないんだが。彼女の名前と年齢だ。なぜ彼女は尾上セリカだったんだ。年齢に意味はあったのか。
It was actually something I'd been thinking about for the oh my god. It was actually something I'd been thinking about for a long time after we were first apart. It was the first step of a very big mistake. When I'd finally found the answer, I'd burst out laughing. Yeah, I'm fine.
僕の両親の名前をローマ字書きしたアナグラムでした。
Saneo Miyashiro, Eriko Miyashiro.
本当の親に求めるようなことを僕は彼女に求めていたんでしょうね。だからそんな名前にしたんだと思います。
でも親の役割を彼女に求めたのなら年上に設定するはずだろ。
そんな風に親を求めている自分を認めたくなかったんです。だから彼女は年上ではいけなかった。僕が守るべき年下の女の子でなければいけなかった。子供ながらにつまらないプライドですね。今考えると本当に愚かでした。
そうか。
If I wasn't mistaken, I caught a glimpse of gentleness in her expression. I didn't realize she was capable of that.
でもお前はちゃんと彼女を守った。今はもう愚かじゃないさ。
She's being nice? What is this? As much as I joke about not liking Kunosado, she has, at this point, she has shown that she does have like a shred of compassion and niceness in her. Like, he's still an asshole, but she does have a little glimpse of humanity. I smiled back at her and turned away. I made my stride a little longer than usual so my resolve wouldn't waver. And then I stepped out the door. It had been forever since I'd been outside, and the weather was beautiful. I was so used to the darkness that the strong sunlight stung my eyes. Yeah. Kawahara, too, as it turns out, from the Senri ending. That guy also, like, I remember thinking, I think I said it, I was like, here I thought Kunosada was the worst. No, you're like 10 times worse. And whoever the fuck made Cool Cat. Dude, that guy was despicable. Like, he was as bad as you can be without being like an actual villain. Like, he was not a villain of the game, but he was the worst non-villain character, hands down. The guy was vile. I was so used to the darkness that the strong sunlight stung my eyes. The wind was a little cold, but it felt good. It swirled by, as if purifying my whole body. I was surprised not to see any reporters or gawkers, but later I learned that Kei, aka Kunosato, had given the media and internet false information. I walked for a while until I saw a black car stopped on the side of the road. Yeah. Well, yeah, and then like just straight up beat the shit out of Miyashiro. I think you had left by that point, but he just straight up beat the shit out of Miyashiro because he couldn't talk to who he thought was Kurusu. Like, he just literally actually beat the shit out of this guy for no reason. Fuck that guy. That guy sucks. I walked for a while until I saw a black car stopped on the side of the road. It was probably the transport car. Yeah, that ending was a long one. I felt a sense of deja vu and stopped to look around. And then I remembered. This was a corner of AH Tokyo General Hospital. 6 years ago, during the earthquake, it had been an evacuation shelter. The detective saw that I stopped and asked me what was wrong. There were too many feelings inside me to explain. That's right. This was where I created her. I stood there in silent shock. No, not the scary music! Nearby, in the bright sunlight, just a few seconds away, if I were to run... What? No! She was standing there. Okay, so... The girl I thought for sure I'd never meet again. She was looking at me, as if uncertain whether to smile, cry, or get mad. There was a girl next to her that I didn't know, about the same age. Why? I couldn't look away. I couldn't move. We were so close, but we were staring at each other across a distance that could never be crossed. The detective told me to start walking. I couldn't answer. I realized that my fists were clenched.
Serika? Nani?
I heard a pretty voice. The soft wind seemed to be carrying it to me.
どうしたのいきなり。誰あれ知ってる人？
I didn't know what feelings were being exchanged between us, but I could see tears forming in her eyes. You liar. You're lying! I'm okay. And the tears fell without a sound. She was smiling. The girl next to her must have been her best friend. She wiped away the tears and smiled so her friend wouldn't have to see them. And then she... I'm too practiced at this, alright? I got... All my crying is being done on the inside. And then she turned around and walked away from me. Damn it. I mean... That's kind of exactly what he wanted, though, right? Like, that's... She knew. She knew! Time started to move again, and a smile formed on my face as well. The sun stung my eyes. I looked up at the sky, so that the sudden tears wouldn't fall to the ground. I was crying tears of joy. That's what I believed. That's what I had to believe. Everything was for the best.
すいません。行きましょう。
I said to the detective, then I started to walk. I didn't look at her as she got further away. We would never see each other again. Stop reminding me! The paths we walked would never cross. That was how we would live our lives together. I mean, they gave me exactly what I asked for, right? I said one or the other gets a happy ending. It was Serica, which, okay. Silent Sky end, yay. My fucking heart, dude. What? Trophies. Oh, my heart. I just, yeah. That, I'm gonna be honest, that really clashes with the art style, but, you know. Alright, I guess. I will say, Uki having two endings never paid off at all, so that was dumb. I like, genuinely, I liked her ending, but the fact that it like branched and had a second one, that never paid off, and there's really no reason for that. But oh man. It's over. It's over! Well, I guess next up on the list is Anonymous Code, right? I can't buy it yet because, and the waitress, yeah, she was just a fucking waitress. I like swear. I really wanted her to be a major plot point, but no, she was literally just a random waitress that was just the waitress in the game. That's just it. Yeah, I'll, as soon as I can buy Anonymous Code, I will start playing Anonymous Code. It is on sale, so next time I can buy it, I will buy it. Right, like, yeah. She was like, I'm coming, I came in from Sailor Moon, you know, to be a waitress in this game for no reason. It was great. What's up? Say away. Just gonna go through the library because I can. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm still working on like a. Oh yeah. I'm glad I could help. Glad I could make it better. Do something, you know? Yeah, I appreciate you watching. It feels nice to have a viewer, you know? It's crazy. Completely changes the feel of doing this. Hope you have a better day tomorrow and all other days. What was that last song called? Is it this one? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good. I hope it all goes well. I don't know. No. Well, I'm trying to stream more or less every day. See how long that lasts. College I went to see. Yeah. I have no good experiences with schools, so. Oh, I see. That's a shame. Yeah. Hmm. Makes sense. Yeah. Ah, I see. Yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, I can definitely see how that would be a disappointment. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I'm glad I could help out and whatnot just by doing the thing I do. Here, let's see. Oh, here. Have a Kazuki. That's for you. Yeah, I'm gonna probably switch to like my schedule. I'm still working on like a schedule. I've been really feeling like doing it every day lately. Yesterday I had to stop early because I had a fucking headache, but I want to do every day for as long as I can, and then, so I'll keep playing Linear Bounded Pentagram because that game is incredible, and I still want to just play more of that. And then once I run out of that, assuming I'll probably be able to forward Anonymous Code by the 1st at least. Yeah, I didn't even finish. I don't even think I saved it. I think I literally forgot to even save it, but that's probably for the best. I'll try again tomorrow. Yeah, I usually I get really bad headaches sometimes, and normally it's fine. Normally they just sort of go away, but very occasionally they will like get to a point where I just have to lay down for a while. And that's what that was. It was a bad time. But those are not common. So, but yeah, I'll try again tomorrow. I'll probably just start over because, like I said, I forgot to save it because I'm dumb. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I hate wearing glasses. I wish I could just not wear them, but my dang astigmatism makes contacts close to impossible, and laser eye surgery actually impossible. So glasses it is. For the rest of my life. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people say like, oh yeah, they're like part of my face, and I envy those people. I envy those people a lot. Yeah, astigmatism, where it's just like they can't fix the shape of my eye. Unfortunately, my eye is shaped wrong. But yeah, so linear bounded phonogram tomorrow, and probably other days too, and then by the 1st, I will hopefully have purchased Anonymous Code. It is on sale. It's on sale, so hopefully I can afford it. But I'm gonna go now. This is the part where I awkwardly leave because I don't know how to end these. I never know how to end these. What's that? I was just like, bye. Yeah, I think all these games have. I know that there's Occultic 9. I have heard of that one. I think that one was like that's one that I've had really hard trouble of figuring out what the deal with that one is, because like some people say like it wasn't finished, and then some people are like I can't get like solid information on it. And I don't know where to even go to find said information, so that one's just been sort of floating in the ether. Yeah. That would make sense. And when it comes to the animes, I really just want to watch, I still haven't seen either of the Robotics Notes animes. I think there's one for both of them, unless I'm wrong and there's only the regular one. And then I know there's a Chaos Head anime. I need to watch all of the science adventure animes too. The only ones I've seen are Steins Gate and Steins Gate Zero. Okay, this is gonna bother me that I said that if it's not true. I can't say, I remember seeing something. I could be wrong though. Almost certainly wrong now. No, there is not. I lied. I lied entirely and completely. There is no Robotics Notes Dash anime. I lied. I'm a liar. I have deceived. I have done a deception. Yeah, there's a Robotics Notes anime. There's a, I think there is a, I'm not even gonna say it. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it before I say it, so that I don't end up being a liar. Okay. Cool. Okay, so yes, there is both a Chaos Head and Chaos Child anime. Neat. That one is true. So apparently, like I said, I've not watched any of them. Obviously, because I only just finished this one. But yeah, I need to watch all of the science adventure animes. I've only seen the Gate of Steins. It's supposed to be really bad. Oh well, can't wait to be disappointed. Depending on the type of bad it is, I do like some pretty bad anime, so, you know. Like that's never a good sign. That's never a good sign. Here, you know what? This one's better. I freaking love this picture. Oh yeah, that actually reminded. I mentioned the Japanese voice actors for Daru and Mayuri were the main characters of Psycho-Pass in the Japanese version. I also recently was watching, I think it's season 2. No, I think he's in season 1. There's like a side character who is in the English version, in the English dub, is voiced by J. Michael Tatum, who voices Okabe. And that one is very apparent, but I only just recently noticed it, and it's really neato. I love voice actors. I love I love voice actor crossovers where it's like, oh, I recognize that person. I have like a list of voice actors that I can identify by voice and name. Todd Haberkorn, J. Michael Tatum, Matt Mercer, Johnny Young Bosch, Jeremy Lee, Cassandra Morris. Those are my like basic ones. Ashley Birch also. Yeah, I have gone through a period. Anohana? I am not familiar with that. No. I've not heard that name. Yeah, I like when it comes to credits, usually like to watch credits and sit through credits in movies, games, etc. I just like I can remember like 3 names tops. And I feel bad because I'm like, these people are the ones who made it possible and I want to give them their respect, but my poor brain cannot hold all these words. But like names aside, and you know, the actual like credit, so to speak, aside, they're very nice for just like sort of taking a moment and dissecting, you know, what you experienced. I do love credits, especially when the music is sick. Kanako Ito. Yeah, exactly. All right, well, this has become a conversation. So this has become like a whole-on separate thing. Oh, I hate when they do that. They're like, oh yeah, we'll just use whatever the latest like radio hit is. Awful. All right, have a wonderful rest of your day and all the other ones too. Bye.